would be very grateful if you can please mute yourselves as you join. There is English and French interpretation available. So if you speak French, please, I think you have to select the icon interpretation, and then you just go down there and select French. At this point, I will hand over to Professor Maria Mawumbila to give us a few welcome remarks, and then we proceed. Professor Mawumbila, over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Faisal. And I want to add my voice to warmly welcome you all to this forum. We really appreciate that so many of you have been able to join, despite the notice was a bit short, but it was due to unavoidable circumstances. And you have introduced me already. My name is Maria Mawumbila, and I'm with the Department of Geography and Resource Development and the Center for Migration Studies at the University of Ghana. And it's drawn attention already to the fact that we are co-hosting this with the International Trade Union Congress Africa. If I make a few, I just wanted to say that even though we've seen the video on that, the migration for development and equality, MIDEC, focuses on unpacking the complex dimensional relationships between migration and inequality, particularly within the context of the Global South. So we are focusing on the Global South. And within this broad context in the Global South, we are aiming to address the key challenge of how do we promote the potential of South-South migration, as many of you know, which that particular flow takes up to about 70% even in some parts of the world. How do we ensure that this South-South migration, this particular flow, is used to reduce poverty and inequality and create opportunities for decent work? This is, I think many of you already know, but for those who do not know, MIDEC focuses on 6 migration corridors which link areas of destination and areas of origin together. And it also focuses on, I think, four development interventions that seek to reduce migration-related inequalities. And this particular intervention, the political mobilization and transnational solidarity building, is one of the 4 interventions in the MIDEC package. These inequalities that we note, I think were particularly made very visible during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic that we have just gone through, when migrants and other marginalized groups' access to resources and their rights were especially, the inequalities were especially brought out. And you could see that issues around solidarity building was what helped a lot of these migrant workers, because many governments, especially looking at us within West Africa, did not focus on migrants at all. And therefore, migrant rights are integral to reducing inequalities related to migration. I'm very hopeful that looking at a diverse range of persons in this forum, I'm hopeful that it will provide us with opportunity to explore and discuss the issues a lot more across all the various divides. Migration is a very multi-dimensional phenomenon, so we'll discuss it across all the various divides, and that it will also provide us the opportunity to share lessons, build connections, and foster solidarity across national, regional, and continental boundaries. So with just these short notes, once again, I wish you all a very I'm sitting in Ghana here, so a very warm Ghanaian welcome, full of sunshine. There's no rain. One of my colleagues was just talking about rain. There's no rain, so I wish everybody a warm, very sunny meeting. I'm looking forward to the interactions that we are going to have. I think Faisal has already given us the housekeeping arrangement. Just to reiterate that if you have issues with being recorded, the screenshots too will be taken. So if you have issues also with your photograph being taken, please put a response in the chat box to our conference technical support, and then they'll handle it from there. So I wish us all a very fruitful forum. Thank you very much. So I hand over to Faisal to continue.
Thank you very much, Prof. So I just want to build on what Prof has said around what we do as broadly within MIDEC, but specifically on migrant mobilization and solidarity building. So essentially, we're trying to understand the ways in which migrants organize themselves, the way in which they struggle for better and more humane working and living conditions, but also the alliances that they build with ordinary people, working class people, people of cognitive classes. So in a sense, we are not just looking at people as migrants, right? We're looking at ordinary working class people, poor people, people who on the move, and the forms of solidarities that they build on the move, how we can better understand that in order to amplify them, but also to serve, if you like, as yeast for those of you who bake. Yeast essentially, helps the flour to kind of, protrude and have a shape. So to really serve as yeast, but more importantly, to create a facility in terms of networks and connections, that will advance these rights. And we do this through a number of things. One is, of course, the research that we have been doing since 2019. As Prof said, we are working in 12 countries across the global south. We also engage in targeted interventions, such as working with CSOs to advance particular set of issues, but also to tackle challenges that migrants face. We have engaged in community dialogues. We have been part of using the arts to transmit our findings as a way of spreading the outcome of our research to a much wider audience beyond the academic crowd that will read our article. And this forum is one of our attempts to really not just reach out, but to create a condition for ongoing organizing, as a way of advancing these struggles. So what I want to say at this point is that we really encourage participation both in the chat room, but also subsequently when it comes to time for discussion, because that is really the aim, is to draw and share lessons from across different contexts. As you can see on the program, we're going to have presentations from the African continent, but also from Asia, from the Gulf, from Latin America, to see what lessons can be learned and how can we leverage the different organizing that is happening in various parts of the world. So to quickly move from that to what we are going to do, which is the structure, we're going to have a case study where we have presentations from a number of colleagues, beginning with Caroline Nandule, who will talk about migrants' access to justice. Then we move to Prof. Awumbila, who will be looking at solidarity building among West African migrants in Ghana. And then we move to Adrian Pereira, who will be looking at Indian and Nepali workers in Malaysia. We have Philip Molin from Brazil and his colleagues who will be looking at Haitian migrants in Brazil. And Alex Nkosi, who works with the International Trade Union Confederation, and one part of his portfolio is migrant workers, who will be looking at migrants and working class mobilization and solidarity. And then we quickly move to a panel discussion where we really have illustrative examples showcasing successful initiatives and approaches There we have a number of civil society groups presenting. We have the Migration Advocacy Center presenting on organizing in Ghana, the African Trade Union Migration Network on Migrants and Unionization, the Southern African Migration Network on Migrants, Transnational Organizing, and human rights reporters. And then we have our colleague who is based in the Gulf, Frolian, who is going to talk about migrant organizing in the Gulf. I think this is something that will interest most of us, given that it's part of the world which is effectively run, by the weight of migrant workers, but they're often invisible in terms of the way those societies think of themselves. And then we have an interactive session where we'll focus on the way forward to say, what are the lessons from this discussion, but more importantly, what are the connections that we can build going forward, and how do we have a plan from now onwards? So I'll quickly move to the next item on the agenda, which is a short address by the General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation Africa. We're working closely with ITUC Africa because our approach, as I said, is not to see people as just migrants. These are ordinary people, working class people who are trying to make a livelihood for themselves and their families, right? And working class organizations like unions, but also social movements are crucial to how these people make a living, but also how they strategize and organize for better working and living conditions. So we're working closely with the International Trade Union Confederation. And the General Secretary, Mr. Joel Odigi, is supposed to give us a short input on migrant worker labor rights in Africa, but Joel is currently airborne. So Mr. Alex Nkosi is going to ably represent Joel, who is the newly elected Secretary General of the International Trade Union Confederation. So Alex, over to you.
Thanks, Dr. Faiza, and also Prof, for your introductory remarks. As Dr. Faiza said, my boss, our newly elected Secretary General of ITUC Africa, Comrade Dakata Joel Odigi, was supposed to make the opening remarks, but is airborne traveling from Brussels to Lomé. He intimated that he would join us upon arrival in Lomé, so maybe you have also a chance to make contributions. So colleagues, it is with great pleasure and a sense of collective purpose that I join my colleagues in welcoming you to this significant gathering hosted by MIDEC in collaboration with ITUC Africa, focusing on the thematic area of political mobilization and transnational solidarity building. This theme strikes a chord with ITUC Africa and indeed our affiliates in 52 African countries, where we have 101 centers, but also 17 million members on the continent. Because political mobilization, or organizing as we call it, is the heartbeat of unions. Unions thrive with numbers, with members, and without members, a trade union is but just a mere name. So today, as we convene to explore the intricate dynamics of migrant organization, mobilization, and solidarity building in the Global South, we do so with a profound recognition of the pressing needs to address the challenges faced by migrant workers. Indeed, our focus on migration, especially within the context of the African Trade Union Migration Network, underscores our commitment to protect the rights of individuals whose contributions significantly impact our societies. The concept note eloquently outlined the multifaceted nature of migrants' experiences and their forms of organizing, which are both visible and less visible, and sometimes very formal and informal. And we acknowledge that the South-South migration constitutes a very significant portion of global migration and plays a pivotal role in the development of countries, especially in the Global South. However, we know the narrative is always about migration between Africa and Europe, which constitute a very, a small percentage as compared to migration that takes place within the continent for Africa, but also in the global south. Yet it is in this backdrop that xenophobia and other discontents associated with migration, the othering, often overshadow the acts of solidarity, mutual support that migrants extend towards each other and their local counterparts. And I think this is where we need to interrogate and understand all these informal dynamics on how they mobilize and support each other. Through the AtomNet, ITUC Africa has been tirelessly engaged in advocating for migrant rights, acknowledging that the struggles faced by migrants go beyond just individual working conditions. At the micro level, we witnessed the organization around employment terms, fighting for fair wages, better working and living conditions, while at the macro level, our focus shifts to addressing societal structures of oppression and discrimination. And these are the most hidden and yet more impactful on the rights of migrant workers. However, colleagues, it's crucial to recognize the meso-level resistance often overlooked, where migrants themselves form solidarity networks, providing themselves with associations, with support, and leveraging against exploitation and unfavorable social conditions. We all know that the challenges are many and the path towards ensuring migrant rights demands collaborative efforts. Today, we emphasize the pivotal role of collaboration, especially with academia and the university and ITUC Africa, thanks the University of Cape Town and Ghana for facilitating this collaboration. Because we think that collaborating with academicians and researchers is quite paramount in comprehending the nuances of migration. They can assist us to identify effective strategies, but also in fostering spaces for solidarity networks. It is through these collaborations that I think we can build stronger foundations for the protection of migrant rights and their fundamental right to mobility. Therefore, this forum is not just a space for dialogue. I think it's a catalyst for action. By bringing us together this morning, the activists, we have some migrants themselves, people from the civil society organizations, trade unions, religious organizations, researchers. We hope that we shall foster a comprehensive understanding of migrant experiences and also exchange valuable insights and forge robust connections across borders for enhanced solidarity and support mechanism. As we embark on this forum, on this webinar, I encourage all of us to engage actively, share experiences, and also commit to collaborative efforts that will go beyond this event. Let us work together to create a more just and inclusive world where the dignity and the rights of all, including migrant workers, are respected and upheld. I thank you for your kind attention. Dr. Faiza.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. Really grateful for that input. And we hope that once General Secretary Joel touches down, he'll be able to join us. As I said, the collaboration with the International Trade Unions Confederation Africa has really been important for the work that we do, not least because our approach is to really demigrantize this question of migration, because it's not just about people moving. It's a question of livelihood. It's a question of different ways in which people engage with society, engage with resources, but also come together collectively to actualize a different social agenda. So we are quickly going to move to the case studies, and I will invite Ms. Caroline Nalule from Coventry University to speak to us about migrants' access to justice. Caroline works with the Access to Justice work package. Caroline is a trained lawyer who brings that lens into the study of migration and mobility. So Caroline, over to you.
Thank you very much, Faisal, and thank you, Professor Mariama, for organizing this kind of like a conference workshop, whatever. Yeah, so I am happy to be here and share my experience with you, though like I say, it's not from only my work in MIDEC, but kind of like my work as a human rights lawyer, working on international law issues. So I'm just going to share some examples with you of challenges migrants generally face in mobilization and access to justice. They are not exhaustive. And then after I've shared some of the few examples, I'll also share some examples of ways they can overcome some of these barriers and obstacles. So migrants, like everyone, of course, have their rights to freedom of association, expression, and peaceful assembly, which, of course, are rights that underlie the mobilization and solidarity building. And of course, these are some of the rights that most migrants tend to forget that they do have. Yeah, they may remember I have a right to life, to dignity, and all that, but they will forget that they have the right to associate and express themselves and peaceful assembly and so on. So we all know that these rights, they are not absolute, but also they can be limited only where it is for legitimate purposes, it's necessary, and it's proportionate to meet the aim for which the restriction is applied. So mobilization is key to countering power and abuse from more powerful entities, for example, the state and employers and other actors, including the private sector and so on. However, we see that for migrants, mobilization for purposes of advancing respect and protection of their rights can be challenging for a number of reasons, and I'll just mention a few. One is that some of them really, there are legal restrictions on exercising these rights of freedom of association, expression, and peaceful assembly. I'm going to give an example here on the prohibition on participating in political campaigns and mobilization. That is one of the prohibitions currently in the South African refugee regulations. So one's refugee status may cease if they participate in any political activity or campaign in furtherance of any political party, or whether in the country of South Africa, in South Africa, or in the country of origin. So the laws themselves can be kind of like restrictive. That is just one example. Some of the laws even expressly restrict migrants from joining trade unions. And also, I wouldn't like to kind of like focus on migrants, because also at times the citizens themselves are equally constrained or restricted from exercising some of these rights, the right to protest, the right to join trade unions and so on. So you have to kind of like take it in that context. But also, it is not that the legal restrictions are only limited to the migrants themselves. They may also be extended to their defenders, yeah? So you try to defend them, and then you are also kind of like caught up in the law. So those are some of the challenges there. But also, there are times when the law is permissive, at least on the face of it, but then there are some kind of like policy or administrative barriers that inhibit migrants from exercising some of these rights of freedom of association and expression and so on, and peaceful assembly. For example, you may want to go to register for a trade union, or register even an association or organization of migrants, and then they'll come up with a list of requirements, which of course you cannot fulfill as a foreigner and so on. So you are kind of like excluded from that. And then the third example I want to give is the exploitative work conditions. For example, people working long hours, or maybe in isolation. This is mainly for domestic workers, or they're denied holidays. So you don't even have time to exercise, to meet with others, to mobilize, and so on. Then there is also limited interaction with local civil society organizations, or little engagement with community life. That is for some migrants. So kind of like contributing to their isolation and inability to mobilize effectively. There is also the fear of retaliation from authorities. Many migrants on their own, especially as looking at themselves as individuals, they're like, okay, I'll lose my job if I do this, or I'll be deported, and so on. So that is also a challenge that hinders them from mobilizing. Then you also find that within migrants, there is the intra and inter-migrant group fragmentation, which makes it a lot difficult to mobilize. We have had cases of say people wanting to approach, say, an international organization. Let me just give an example, say UNHCR, to kind of like lobby it or advocate, but they're like, okay, whom do we deal with? We need to kind of like to have a body. So within even migrants, there is that sort of like fragmentation and not coming together to kind of like mobilize. Then there is, for migrants also, there is the ignorance of the local laws, culture, language, political processes, community organization, and of course, the mobilization options that are there. But also, and now this is mainly from a gender perspective, there could be also some patriarchal pushbacks that prevent, say, women from organizing, yeah? It's not culturally acceptable for women to go out and organize and so on. So these are just examples of the challenges they face. And we know that the effect of these restrictions or challenges on mobilization can be like victimhood. Migrants cannot or have limited means of influencing policies and decisions that shape their lives. And this disempowers them in seeking remedies or redress for injustices that they do suffer. So what are some examples of migrants overcoming these challenges or mobilizing to assert their rights? And here I'm just going to give a general caveat that, of course, each one or group's circumstances differ. So, and it also all depends on the local context or the context in which they are working in. But I will just give some examples of viable options that have worked for some. So the one is to encourage migrants to join the community mobilization initiatives where possible. So here I mean like the local community. Surprisingly, one of the main areas where migrants find it easy to mobilize is through places of worship, through churches and so on. That they could also join, say, take part in local political kind of like, local governance and so on, where it's possible. And also not shy away from joining trade unions, especially if it is kind of like not difficult for them to join the trade union. So kind of like building that solidarity with the local community is very important in helping migrants overcome some of the challenges they do face in advancing their rights to freedom of association and so on. So the other example I would like to give is for migrants, if they get to know the civil society terrain, know the local civil societies, what it is that they do and how it is that they can help. So it is something that rather than sitting and thinking it's a problem you have on your own, or you cannot kind of like you take on this kind of like martyr or victim syndrome, kind of like step out of that and get to know what help is out there and how you can best utilize it. And it's not only like CSOs, but also some government institutions, usually they're the national human rights institutions that are open to receiving complaints that migrants suffer, as well as they do from the citizens. Then the third way is partnering with local civil society organizations, and this should include partnering or engaging with and in activities of civil society organizations. So on the one hand, even local civil society organizations should go out of their way, should get out there and try to include migrants in their programs. But also migrants should also try to get and partner with these civil society organizations. And here I want to give an example of an organization in South Africa. It's called it's called COMSA. I forget the full name of it. But now this organization, it works for refugees and migrants in South Africa, but it also includes membership from the Coordinating Committee of Refugee and Migrant Communities. This is a committee that was formed by migrants and refugees, feeling that some of these national civil society organizations could not articulate their problems as well as them. So they kind of like coalesced and formed this organization. So the good thing with this COMSA organization is that it does have, it regularly goes to meet with Parliament, to lobby Parliament to kind of like give their views on particular laws and so on. But it also once in a while has audience before the Home Affairs, the Department of Home Affairs, so they can kind of like talk to those who are directly concerned on the issues that migrants and refugees face. So that is one of the good practices, at least I learned from my work. But also in terms of gender-based violence, CSOs and so on, health and reproductive rights, these are all organizations that migrants should partner with migrants, or migrants partner with these organizations. Then the other example is mobilizing despite administrative barriers. So some people, rather than going to form a fully fledged NGO, at least set up an informal yet organized entity. For example, an association, a committee, like the example of that coordinating committee I guess. So it is not that the law should not deter you from kind of like getting on with what you have to do. And also, relatedly, these days, it's kind of like there is the increased use of social media and digital platforms, which is one way that migrants are really mobilizing. So especially those that are isolated. So it is, they should be encouraged to use these platforms and set up a kind of like meeting forums and so on these platforms where they can exchange ideas, share information, including relevant contacts, and also seek advice in case they do suffer some human rights violation and so on. And then despite any challenge that maybe it's also, despite any challenge that may come up, it's I would encourage migrants to mobilize anyway. I mean, even if the laws are restrictive and there are administrative barriers, you still mobilize, form associations, maybe nationality-based or community-based. Do some legal mobilization around challenging restrictive laws, and there have been quite a number of public interest litigation or even individual litigation, not just in the national forum, but also in international forums like treaty bodies, the Committee for Freedom of Association under ILO and so on. So that is kind of like something they do. And lastly, the last point I'm also kind of like sharing is that, and this is part of why I'm happy for this forum, is to share kind of these positive stories of migrant mobilization, because they encourage others to also kind of like step out of their kind of like individualism and victimhood and matter than thinking that they are on their own. It encourages them to mobilize and altogether assert their rights and seek remedies where their rights have been violated. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Caroline. So can I please invite us to use that, the icon, the applause, the virtual applause icon to appreciate Caroline. I mean, it's really useful to kind of hear the ways in which migrants tap into the activities of CSOs that may not necessarily be looking at questions of migration, but are looking at issues that will interest migrants. So access to justice, rule of law, questions of housing, healthcare, and so on, but also how these CSOs kind of see the place of migrants in their struggles. So we'll quickly move to the next presentation on solidarity building among West African immigrants in Ghana by Professor Mariama Awumbila. Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you just give me like half a minute to share my presentation with the interpreters? They have requested it. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Faisal. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about solidarity building among West African immigrants in Ghana. This is ongoing work being taken by Faisal, as you know, our team, in looking at the immigrants from West Africa circulating within Ghana. So it's still work in progress, but I will provide some preliminary findings. Now, why are we interested in looking at solidarity building among West African immigrants? Well, we all know the central role that migration plays in West Africa. In fact, West Africa is often said like to be the most mobile region in Africa. So migration has always played that very significant role. It's used for poverty reduction, sustainable development, and yet many governments, as we all know, do not seem to want too much immigration into their areas of jurisdiction. Often we'll talk about issues around, social cohesion, conflicts, violence, and so on, associated with migrants. In the West African case, the data, and I will show it very shortly, like for South-South migration, shows that most of the migration is actually flowing within the region, and that they are, migrants are on their own, even mobilizing and building some solidarity to be able to, address some of their needs. And yet, for some reason, we don't focus much, like for the larger global scene, we don't focus much attention on this large resource moving within the West Africa region. Even if we do, then we are looking at them flowing to the global north, and being a nuisance, or we are looking at them returning, whether they are forced to return or they are returning voluntarily, then we look at that. But the actual group moving within the region, we tend not to focus on that. We think that this is a major gap which needs to be addressed. So as part of our work already, which we have been dealing with a lot of West African migrants, we've also gone through some in-depth interviews, some focus group discussions, some case studies with them to try and unearth some of the issues, some of the challenges they face, and then how these lead them to try and build solidarity to address their issues. So as I said, I will focus a little bit on some of the challenges that they face just a little bit, and then we'll focus on their solidarity building, and then I will just highlight a few implications. Methodology is basically a qualitative approach using in-depth interviews, case studies, and then doing a thematic analysis. Yeah, so before we look at findings, we try to use data from Ghana Statistical Service to establish the fact that there's this large flow within the West Africa region. So this is just showing since 2005 that the number of immigrants, this is looking at, this is immigrants in general. I think it's not immigrants from the West African region. This is in general, immigrants has been on the increase, but somehow since 2010, the numbers appear to be reducing. The numbers appear linked to economic trends. So whenever the economy is doing quite well, we find a lot of migrants, particularly from the West African region, flowing into Ghana. So in the 50s and 60s, for instance, when Ghana was doing very well in terms of, we had a lot of cocoa and gold, we had up to about 30% of our population being made up of migrants from the West African region at that time, working on the cocoa plantations, mines, and so on. And then as economic crisis hits, especially in the 70s and 80s, very few immigrants came in and rather had Ghanaians moving out. Thousands, as Ghana's economy picked up, we are beginning to see the flows increasing again, but you can see that they've also been fluctuating. Before we look at some of the challenges, I think it's useful to look at some of their key features. Again, this is from Ghana Statistical Service, their latest census in 2021. So you can see the number of immigrants, a slight decrease from 2010, 60% males, 40% female. Then if you look at this number, this if you look at the numbers of immigrants moving within the region, you find that a large percentage, 92%, so almost 9 out of every 10 immigrants you take are from the West Africa sub-region, with the largest percentage being from Nigeria. I think the top 4 countries, I hope you can see this table, the top 4 countries, again, from Ghana Statistical Service 2021 census. So the top 4 countries I've highlighted in red. So Nigeria is the topmost country, and sending in immigrants into Ghana, followed by Togo, followed by Burkina. Oh, that's top 3, followed by Burkina, and then I think Cote d'Ivoire comes number 4 there. And then the other ECOWAS countries together make up about 22%. So when you add all that, 92% of all immigrants in Ghana actually are from West Africa. So showing you, that this is a huge resource moving, and somehow we do not appear to focus much on it. Only about, I think, less than 5% come from other regions of the world. In terms of their demographics, they are quite young, median age around 29. I think Ghana's median age is 21. So the immigrants are slightly older. Of course, if they are migrating, unless it's child migration, you tend to find out that it's older. Employment shows that many of them are actually gainfully employed, many of them in the informal sector, some of them even employing workers, but a majority are self-employed without employees. If you take the specific occupations, these 3 dominate: trade, and then followed by agriculture, forestry, and fishery. If you extend it to the top 5, then I think construction comes in, and I think mining comes in. The thing to note here is that these are generally easy entry jobs, requiring no particular skills to enter. So perhaps this is where some of the issues that we will see come about, that Ghanaians feel that West African immigrants are taking over their jobs, because they tend to enter into these areas that there's easy access to. Very few of them are in the formal sector, let's say in managerial jobs as professionals. Some are in, but not the majority of the West African immigrants. So we've looked at this table already. So some of the findings, one of the key ones was looking at the drivers of migration. Almost all of them it states that they moved to Ghana for economic opportunities, the stability, relative stability in Ghana, the more flexible policies and laws. Many of them, and there's that quotation, quite a number of the ones we interviewed had scouted around various countries, mostly La Cote d'Ivoire, to see whether they could, grab some economic opportunities there, Senegal, but they ultimately ended back in Ghana, basically because, number one, the language also, especially the English-speaking Nigerians, Gambians, and so on, were more comfortable in Ghana. They said that the policies were a bit more flexible compared to the Francophone countries. The other, so I'm looking at some of the challenges. Okay, this is a positive thing. So the other key finding is the fact that many of them were contributing positively to Ghana's economy in several ways. We just noted from the Ghana Statistical Service statistics, which shows that many of them were gainfully employed. Even a few were even employing other people, although it was in the informal sector. And we all know the issues with the informal sector, the fact that it's unregulated, it's unstructured and so on. But they were gainfully employed, all contributing. We noticed some of the areas were dominated by particular countries. So of course, Nigeria being the country that contributes the largest to immigration flows in Ghana, was dominant in a lot of areas. Trade, for instance, wholesale and retail, the banking sector, telecommunications, real estate even, they were all there. There was a lot of skills transfer, put a quotation there. One of our interviewers was very proud of the fact that he introduced Indomie. The Ghanaians here would know what Indomie is. I think it's noodles that you can quickly cook in 2 minutes and eat, and it's quite popular in Ghana. It says he introduced it. He took some Ghanaians to Nigeria, and he's proud of that, having made that contribution. The other West Africans also contributed in other ways, especially in the informal sector. And some of them we noted went into areas that many Ghanaians did not want to go into. For instance, the small-scale refuse collection. They play a key role. A lot of them are West African immigrants, and they play a key role. The issue about access to employment, we noticed from the study, it came up quite strongly that certain areas, West African immigrants, or immigrants in general, were precluded from those areas. I think, again, this perception that immigrants were coming to, take over the jobs of the Ghanaians, and that there was some unfair competition, especially from immigrants. So certain laws were put into place as far back as the 1990s, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, which precludes immigrants from certain occupations. I think there are about 27 or so of them. They are not supposed to go into those occupations. Or if you have to go in there, you must have a certain amount of capital, so reserved for Ghanaians. During the interviews, we noticed that almost all the West African countries also had, laws which precluded parts of their economies for their citizens. So these were some of the challenges that they faced. And then there was growing, even though many of the interviewees did acknowledge that a lot of the times they were okay, that Ghanaians were generally quite welcoming, but there were several other times also where they faced a lot of issues of discrimination and anti-immigrant sentiments. And again, linked to the fact that low-skilled immigrants in particular were blamed for taking jobs away from the locals. They did not appear to have too much problem with the higher skilled workers. So I think this is in tandem with what is happening in many parts of the world, South Africa and other parts. Solidarity building was a key part, of it was a key part of the strategies of West African immigrants. And this solidarity building was often based on nationality, ethnicity, type of business being run. That was very evident among the interviews we did in Accra, among almost all the ethnic groups almost all the nationalities, not ethnic groups, nationalities that we talked to. Nigerians in particular had several associations, including what they said was an umbrella one, the Nigerian Diaspora organization. And there were several benefits they gained from these being members of these associations. This included investment opportunities, making use of social networks, meeting their welfare needs, sometimes helping them to fight for their rights and against discrimination, such as happened between Ghanaian traders and Nigerian traders. So you can see that quotation there from, I think it's also a Nigerian, saying that, you know, anybody, a new person who comes, they link the person to particular networks and they help the person establish a business. So there were several benefits belonging to an association. But sometimes, however, the benefits depended on the migration status of the immigrant. So if you were undocumented, for instance, you were a refugee, sometimes the benefits of being in an association was sometimes not so much. And there were issues in particular to do with the ECOWAS card. In Ghana, we call it the Ghana card, the ECOWAS card. Even though they were members of association, they thought the association could help them address this, but they were not able to help them out. The ECOWAS card in particular was a key issue for a lot of the immigrants, particularly those in an irregular status, because somehow then it identified them and made them look different. Of course, they are different from Nigerians because they are not nationals. But that card, because they don't have the same card as the nationals, that card, they call it a non-citizen card also. And that if you wanted the ECOWAS card, you have to go back to your own country to get. I thought in Ghana, if you're an ECOWAS citizen, you can get that card, which will state that, for instance, you are a Sierra Leone. Mine, for instance, states that I'm a Ghanaian. But they said, no, they can't give it. You have to go back to your country to get the ECOWAS card. So what Ghana gives is a non-citizen card. So straight away, it identifies you as a non-citizen. And sometimes this comes with issues. So based on this, I just raised some few questions, especially to do with developing this individual identification, which is very good. I think it's a very necessary tool for development. And already it's being used for a lot of things in Ghana. Almost everything is being linked, and I think it's very good, especially for security reasons. But an offshoot of it is the fact that then, you know, it shows the migrants as the other. And sometimes they said they have problems with that. So the issues I raise is that would it facilitate discrimination and tensions between migrants and locals? Because straight away I can see that you are the other, you are a migrant. Would it encourage or deter the integration of immigrants? Because they complain that sometimes, because we are all, you know, West African, sometimes it's difficult to see the difference between me, for instance, and another brother or sister from another West African country. But with this, then now you can see the difference clearly. What are also the implications for those in an irregular status? Okay, as those with regular status, we got this from the immigration service, as those with regular status were authorized to register. So I just raised these few questions that I think have policy implications that we have to start looking at. I'm not for any reason saying that they should not have a card, an identity card. I'm just saying that we have to look at the nuances there and ensure that, perhaps we have to look at it and ensure that we all get the same kind of card, but it will state your nationality on the card compared to giving them a different card altogether. So these are just a few preliminary issues that I raised up and hopefully to come up during discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof. So again, I will invite us to use the virtual icons to give Prof a round of applause. A number of really important questions have been raised, and I can see that people are engaging the presentation in the chat box. So Prof, if you look at the chat box, there are 2 questions already. If you can make note of them when we come to the discussion session. So the first one is from Mr. Zoe in Congolo. Please give us some examples of policies in Ghana that attracts migrants. And then Mina Podell says, very interesting findings, Prof. Mariama. You mentioned that irregular/informal migrants are contributing to Ghana's economy significantly. I'm interested to know your views on how to acknowledge contributions of informal and irregular and undocumented migrants. And Caroline, there is also a comment about your presentation, and I think an invitation for further engagement around that. You know, one comrade was referring to the court case where they've taken Operation Dudula, for those who do not know, began as a movement in South Africa with a sole objective, which is anti-immigration, and now it has become a registered political party, and the sole program is to get rid of immigrants in the society. So one comrade is saying that they have actually taken Operation Dudula to court, I think because of some damages that they have caused to property. So we're going to quickly move on.
It's my presentation still showing. It's gone.
Wait, let me see. I can't see it, but let me just.
Because I didn't click it, but it's gone.
Is anybody seeing Prof's presentation? Because I only see myself on the screen. So
it's off.
It's off.
Thanks, Mindy.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next presentation, which is titled Indian and Nepali Workers in Malaysia. I think Adrian might amend it. Adrian Pereira is with the North-South Initiative in Malaysia, you know, working with and organizing alongside migrant workers. Adrian, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adrian Pereira, and I'm from a small NGO called North-South Initiative. I'm very happy to be in solidarity with so many friends from Africa and beyond. I think building South-to-South solidarity is important. Even though my name of the organization is North-South Initiative, actually we wanted to call it South-South Initiative, but some of my advisors said it may upset some people in the North, so we came up with North-South Initiative. But thanks for giving me the space to share. Over the last 10 years, my organization has been striving to build a bridge between the migrant community and Malaysian community, and also between the migrants and even refugee communities themselves. Now, some of my reflections, I think all the experts have already shared many of the structural issues regarding migration. For me, what I think still is quite mind-boggling is like the struggles, the struggle of the suspicion that comes from historical events, whether it's pre-colonial days, post-colonial days. I think we take for granted that many of these elements have been resolved. And Malaysia, despite being a country of immigrants, myself, I'm a second generation Malaysian of Indian origin, and my mom, she still keeps an Indian passport, and she's one of the more lucky ones who came with migration from she was a teacher, and her coming from a middle-class background, but many who were brought here were from the post-colonial or colonial days itself, whether it's in the plantations, in the mining sector. And you would think that a country of immigrants would understand migrants better, right? 50, 60 years ago. And it's just mind-boggling of how many are still at square one. The suspicion, the history of not coming to terms with, even something as simple as the concept of equality, equity, it's still, there's just so many structural and even cultural barriers. And in the organizing work I do, sometimes we bring people of different cultures, and there are moments when, say, for example, our Pakistan friends, Bangladeshi friends, Indian friends, just look at the history. And many of those questions in their mind, even though they're so many generations away from those conflict and those wars, still haven't done reconciliation yet. So what me and my team do, we try to build a society where solidarity, justice, social justice is done together. Even in a very, to build affection among each other. So going beyond our identity politics, because the identity politics, while some may feel it's important to assert the identity, there are times when that also becomes barriers. And me and my team try our best. We do a lot of programs to bring people together. Even dialogue, something as simple. And I'm happy that the previous speakers touch on this, the role of the unions, right? So the unions come with collective bargaining, collective agreements. And because of the solidarity between Malaysian unions and migrant workers, we were able to take two very big supply chains to court. One was a tire company, one was a drinks company. And in that struggle, collective struggle, the migrant workers won. But would I dare say that this was a success? Definitely not, because those workers who won the case are still not union members. So it takes years and years of helping people understand that we are not the enemies. The migrant community is not the enemy. And in Malaysia, there was one place in Kuala Lumpur called Kota Raya, and there were so many restaurants open, formally and informally, by the migrant community. Workers one day, as they climb up the social ladder or economic ladder, decide, hey, let's do some business. And from being very successful to just starting off business, some even have managed to bypass local supply chains or local middlemen. So can you just imagine how Malaysians were processing it is? And instead of learning from this entrepreneurship, the success, they became very suspicious, highly suspicious. Oh, the migrants are here to steal our jobs. They're here to take over business. Now, why wouldn't you not want to learn how they became successful in their business? Why did we not want to learn the grit of the migrant community in their survival in a collective manner, of course, in this life, right? So we noticed that that lack of solidarity is caused by lack of or even misinformation. Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation, and political leaders, they fire. And I guess MITEC opened up doors through certain research projects, and I'm glad that the Malaysian Nepal team, and some of you are here, decided and made it in a way that is so non-academic. I mean, it's intellectual stuff. I'm not an intellectual, I'm just a simple grassroots activist, but the way it was done was so amazing. There was videos involved, there was theater involved, communities coming with the Malaysians working together, things that were never done before, or things that may have been attempted but didn't have the stamina and the social juice to continue. So one success was Nepali women migrant leaders were now coming to the front in a very safe manner, in a very um, uh, empowering manner. To when in the past for many years, they were not given the space, and we took for granted that that it's a statistic thing. Oh, there's a few number of migrants, women. It's negligible, but hey, every life, every person's dignity matters. And slowly, through the BDEC program, whether it's filmmaking or whether it's the theater work, we saw women coming to the front, and that inspired our Bangladeshi women migrant community members to slowly come to the front. They have never given the space, and even myself as an activist, equally guilty of not trying my best or not doing enough to ensure that. And I'm glad the MIDEC friends were able to push that. So solidarity building is able to remove all the suspicions, which becomes a core of different barriers. And I think one of the outputs that we produce were a set of videos that use popular communication, Freirean theories to over a period of almost 1 year to help Malaysians and the migrant community from Nepal come together. And I think if it's possible, just allow me to play a short video. It's a few minutes. It's in Nepal, but just bear with us on how something as simple as remittance means so much to the migrant community. So could the organizers click on the video? Yeah, thanks.
हेलो निरज बाबु, म बिमारी छु। हस्पिटल जानेको पैसा खर्चको लागि पैसा पठाइदियो।
हेर बुवा ढोकरे हुन्छ म पैसा पठाइदिन्छु, राम्रोसँग उपचार गर्नु ल।
बाबा मैले पैसा पठाइसकेँ, पिन नम्बर टिप्नु ल। अब मैले पैसा पायो, म धेरै खुसी छु।
Yeah, so if you notice, there are so many types of remittance, right? And we may take for granted that it's safe, or that there's no agents involved, or that the cost is low, right? But when we do our cases, there's so many ways that the bad people or naughty people, criminal minds can cheat the migrant community. And even sometimes the hawala or the hundi system, it's like money laundering kind of system also kicks in. But what we did was, there's a series of videos that the migrants themselves produce topics they chose, topics that they thought that is important, including one on preventing or to divert the mind from committing suicide. Okay, so there's some very simple videos, even one video on very heartwarming video on learning a new language, learning the new language, and also what are the sounds, that very cute videos which I would share. So I think that one of the dangers that we should try avoid falling into is over academizing topics like this. And yeah, I mean, I respect all these academic conferences that everyone loves to go. I also have been invited, but always remember that we must ensure that there's some space and resource for the migrant community themselves to do whatever they want. I know it's in a donor perspective, everybody will say, no, that's not possible. We have to set agendas, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, some of my most successful programs were just telling Malaysian migrant workers from all, come together, decide whatever you want. We need to ensure that in development projects, that freedom, space, autonomy is there. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I think in Malaysia, we kind of, to a certain degree, were able to do it. And you can see the impact of how much affection has been released from everyone's hearts, mind, and soul. And there's still a lot of work to be done. There's still a lot of suspicion and, even the concept of nation state. I remember a migrant worker saying, Adrian, my grandparents came here 100 years ago. We could come in freely, we could live, we could love, we could eat, we could do whatever we want. Now you're telling us we must come with a passport, a book. Now you're telling us you need to get permission. We need to bring cash in hand. I've had so many migrant friends who are rejected at the airport, even with visas, even for just wanting to visit their fellow family members. You can get your visas rejected and turn around. So with that mentioned, I think there's still a lot of work. I appreciate the solidarity with our friends from Africa. I think the Bandung conference always inspired me. The African Union, African Court of Justice, People and Human Rights Commission. Compared to what we have in ASEAN, we are so backward in ASEAN. I feel so embarrassed, but I'm very proud to always to learn from friends in these institutions who seem to have the leadership to push and to bring communities as we fight for social justice. So there's a lot to learn. I hope we can do more exchanges. I'm very sad, and I admit that in Malaysia, I have not done enough for our African migrant workers. What we did follow was a few deaths in custodies. We did follow a few. There was a migrant woman from South Africa who came, and the stigma from society compared to the migrants in Southeast Asia still big towards our African counterparts. So I'm guilty of not doing enough, and I hope that friends from Africa come more often, help us journey with the migrants here, help them bridge together with us the solidarity gaps between everyone, regardless of race, continent, religion, creed. Thank you, and I hope happy to answer questions, and I will share the links with everyone in the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. I think a summary of your presentation, really in terms of the reception of it, has just been posted by Mina, who says, excellent presentation. Such a powerful clip. Great way to raise migrants' awareness on potential risks of being cheated by toxic markets and agents dealing with money. So again, I will invite us to please use the icon for applause to applaud Adrian for this powerful lesson that he has shared with us. And I take seriously your caution that we should not over-academize such discussions. I really take that seriously. I think it's really important to, in a sense, see the activity of ordinary people, take it seriously, and actually learn from it, as opposed to thinking that, knowledge comes from the academy, and then, people organizing have to just learn from it. There's a comment in the chat, so please, Adrian, just take note of the comments as well. Like the clip, solidarity, your roots in India is nice. Social cohesion is important. Working with community-based organizations, we can do more. So we are going to slightly change the order of the last two presentations for this session. We're going to go to Alex Nkosi of International Trade Union Confederation Africa, who's going to speak on migrants and working class mobilization and solidarity. Alex, over to you, and then we come to the next presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Faiza. So I'll just share some few highlights on the work that ITUC Africa does vis-a-vis by mobilizing the migrant community in a bid to protect their rights, to empower them with the necessary tools so that they can self-advocate for their rights, but also to empower the members of the African Trade Union Migration Network, that they can ably discharge their duty across the continent. So there are quite a number of interventions that ITUC Africa, in liaison with our affiliates in 52 countries, have been doing by way of promoting migrant rights. One of which is ratification of key and relevant conventions. So for instance, Convention 97, Convention 143, Convention 189, and also the 1990 UN Convention. So we have been advocating that our governments do ratify these so that they have the requisite legal framework that can protect the rights of migrants. And following our advocacy, quite a number of countries on the continent have ratified these conventions. For instance, Morocco, Convention 97, Madagascar, Convention 189, Mauritius, Convention 190, Somalia, they ratified quite a number of them, 97, 143, 155, 181, and 190. Tunisia, Sierra Leone have also ratified. And this has enhanced the domestication of international labor standards. Application and enforcement of these are now highly accepted and also being pursued within the African Labor Union, therefore enhancing the migration governance. Another intervention has been on the issue of legislation and also contract models. We have been trying to agitate for a standardized model of employment contract. This is also to avoid the migrant workers being duped by unscrupulous recruiting agencies, but also pursuing and follow up on labor laws to the receiving countries, for specifically Jordan and Qatar. So AtomNet has participated in the development of the African Union Declaration for the Promotion of Rights of Migrants, Members and their Families, and the issues of employment and employment contract have been quite contained in the declaration. As a result of this, there's now a working arrangement on how to prepare for and follow up on International Migration Review Forum, which was agreed by the Africa Union and a testament to the improving working conditions between the trade unions and also the AU. But also there's a working relationship among the tripartite social partners in Africa on labor migration governance, which is quite gaining momentum. So for the first time, we have employers, workers, and governments sitting together to deliberate on issues of migration. For us, this is also an achievement. In the context of legislation and contract models, we have also taken our advocacy to the Middle East, to the GCC states, especially in Qatar, where, as you know, there is this kafala system, which is modern slavery. Basically, it whittles the rights of migrant workers. Their documentation is taken away from them. People are sold like commodity. During the World Cup, ITUC Africa plus other trade unions from other parts of the world engaged the government of Qatar to review the kafala system. And we highlighted the issues of abuse and the exploitative nature of this system. As a result of that, Qatar has implemented notable reforms, including the health and safety provisions for construction workers, setting temperature limits for work, it's a very hot region, and increasing the minimum wage for migrant workers. These reforms have been commended for their collaborative and also inclusive process. We have also worked closely with the AU to write a guide on bilateral labor migration agreements, which have been adopted. And following that, Kenya, for instance, has established an embassy in Doha with a labor attaché using the guide that has been worked on by the AU. And in Kenya, our affiliate, Kotu Kenya, has been quite instrumental in ensuring that the workers that go to the Middle East from Kenya are protected. Then we have been pushing for the establishment of migrant information centers because most of the people that want to migrate do not have access to information. They are sold heaven, when they want to migrate, they're told all the nice things. But when they get there, the reality is different. So I'd like the willing migrants to have the requisite information and enough access to information that can allow them to make informed decision. And I'm happy to report that two of our affiliates, Kotu Kenya and also Uganda, have opened migrant information centers. These have enhanced information access. So, the migrants can access information on the laws, regulations, employment opportunities, healthcare, education, and other vital, services to assist them to make informed decision. And for those coming back also, assisting them to settle down and integrate back into their community. It's also acting as a resource hub. And eventually it is increasingly reducing the vulnerability because now most of the migrant workers are able to access information. They are empowered, they know their rights. So when they are going, they go armed because they know where to go in case of infractions and what kind of support they can get. It is also a tool of empowerment because, knowledge is power. So these centers have quite a lot of resources that have helped a lot of migrants to access the requisite information. We have also tried to improve communication between the countries of origin and destination by linking the trade unions in the Middle East and those of Africa, so that through this, I don't think this is South-South, it's the Middle East-South. If it is, then this is part of South-South cooperation, so that they can also assist in mobilizing migrant workers from Africa and other parts of the world as part of their organizing and recruitment, and that they be given a chance to belong to a union in the Middle East. So far, I think we have had NLC in Nigeria, and some of the unions in the Middle East strike up, bilateral agreements. I think the same applies also to Kotu Kenya. I've just forgotten the names of the unions in the GCC states. But through these collaborations within the trade union movement, we are also pushing to enhance the protection of migrant workers, because we believe that, a worker is a worker no matter where you come from and no matter where you're working. You have a right also to freedom of association and to belong to a union. The issue of gender equality has also been quite key, especially in the context of Convention 190 that fights, discrimination and violence in the world of work. And we know that this violence affects women quite a lot as compared to men. And therefore, we have been pushing that most of the countries ratify this convention, and that we create a lot of awareness among the social partners, the employers, the unions, so that women are empowered, especially those who work in the vulnerable, sectors, like domestic workers. And most of these go to the GCC states. Most of them, they're not highly educated, so therefore even their levels of knowledge and their levels of awareness regarding their rights is quite low. And we think that through this certification and creation of awareness can also empower them to know their rights and be able to claim them. One significant thing that we have done also is we have created a network of trade unions in the Global South on migration. This collaboration was created in 2018, and the ILO was quite key to this. So we had an MOU with 10 action points to work on, which expired this year. And then we met in Bangkok to renew the MOU. And we have also a 10-point action plan. So these are basically the trade unions from South America, Africa, Asia Pacific, and in the Middle East. As it was pointed out that much of migration, 70%, happens within the Global South. So we thought that we can work together and network, but also amplify our synergies in a bid to protect the rights of migrants, especially for those that mobile within the Global South, to see how we can learn from each other, how we can make referrals. For instance, I think 2 years ago we had some migrants that were stuck in Lomé, were trafficked. ITC Africa rescued them, and we linked up with our colleagues in Asia Pacific to facilitate their repatriation and reintegration into the society. We have also been engaging on evidence-based research to enhance our advocacy efforts. So we are in partnership with IDS, and currently we're conducting a study on digital social protection for migrant workers in Ghana and Kenya to see how the uptake of this digital social protection, the challenges, the gaps, so that we can ably advocate. All this is to enhance their social protection as migrant workers. So we have done the mapping of informal migrant associations in the 2 countries, and currently the data collection is on course. Once we finish, we'll be very happy to share with you the findings of this study. And of course, this meeting is also part of that collaboration in terms of research. Our relationship with the Cape Town University and the University of Ghana is also quite key in this regard, in trying to bring up evidence that we can use in our advocacy. Bilateral labor agreements have been quite key to our work. So we have supported our affiliates to foster cooperation. For instance, Somalia has now an agreement with Ethiopia so that migrants from the 2 countries can be protected. Those that go to Ethiopia can easily be, join the unions in Ethiopia under SETU, and the Ethiopians going to Somalia can also join phase 2 in Somalia. We continue to demand for the alternative social dialogue mechanism, also between Africa and the GCC states. And we look forward to the 2024 Labor Migration Conference that will take place in Abu Dhabi. And we hope that through that conference, we shall push for a social dialogue between the social partners in a bid to strengthen the protection of the rights of migrants. Kenya and Lebanon, under the bilateral labor agreements, have also struck an agreement with FENASO in Lebanon, where most of the Kenyan workers go, and this has also enhanced the protection of the workers. NOC, as I said, the country that they have gone, they've struck an agreement with is Bahrain, enabling organization of or mobilization of workers, Nigerian workers in Bahrain to belong to a union. And in fact, the unions in Bahrain are going to recruit a Nigerian organizer to go to Bahrain so that he can organize his fellow citizens in that country to belong to the union in a bid to protect their rights. There's been a lot of networking and alliance building with the civil society organizations, the academia, as we've seen, but also we had quite some few practical wins. For instance, earlier this year, we got a complaint from Tanzania where the rights of migrant workers that are working on the railway line in Tanzania, the Turkish workers, went on strike, and I think they're not being paid for quite some time, but ITUC Africa, together with our affiliate in Tanzania, TUCTA, we took up the issue, engaged the government of Tanzania, and these people regained their wages, and they went back to work, and their working and living conditions have improved. I think the last one is we recently had a key meeting on the tripartite African Labor Migration Conference in liaison with the ILO in Cote d'Ivoire to really push the agenda to the African states, trying to activate their political will and commitment towards better governance of migration on the continent. And the results were quite encouraging that most of the governments, have shown willingness and political willingness to, enhance the protection of workers. But one key thing that we still are grappling with is the ratification of the protocol on free movement of people. It's quite key. That's why when we heard about Kenya's decision to remove visas for all the citizens of the world, not just Africa, I think that's a step in the right direction. And we hope that most of the countries on the continent will follow suit, because we cannot, fast track our development as a continent if people are not allowed to move. Even in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area, where basically we are promoting the free movement of goods without promoting the free movement of people. And we are saying that let the workers move freely so that countries that have surplus labor can supply to other countries and let them get a chance of having employment. These are some of the things that we have done as AtomNet and ITUC Africa. I know some of my colleagues are here. Maybe during the discussion, they might highlight one or two elements that I've missed out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. This is quite a tour de force of a number of initiatives, and I can already see people posting questions and comments on the in the chat box, rather. So again, I'll invite colleagues to please use the icon to appreciate Alex. We have this hand, the clapping icon. So Alex, there are 2 points here, one by Caroline, which is really talking about the migrant information centers in Kenya and Uganda. Where are they based, i.e. under which institution / department? And then another one from Mina saying, Dear Alex, do you have Nepal trade union groups in your South-South trade union network? If yes, which one? There are several trade unions in Nepal and they hardly talk about migrants. So Alex, have you made note of those questions?
Yes. So for Kenya, it's under KOTU Kenya, that's the Central Organization of Trade Unions in Kenya. That's where the center is. And in Uganda is under NOTU. That is the Uganda Trade Union Confederation. That's where the center is. Yeah, we have Nepalese members on this South-South cooperation under the organization called SATUC. Check that quickly. Yeah, so they're quite involved. It's South Asian Regional Trade Union Council.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Alex. Thank you very much. So we're going to move to the last presentation of the case studies, looking at Haitian migrants in Brazil. For that, we have Felipe Molin's colleague, Charlotte Junior Charles. I'm sure I'm going to really abuse the name of the institution, but please forgive me. Institucio Maria Ijao Alexio. I mean, some of the colleagues here and myself were with this comrades in September in Rio, one of the favelas, and we're incredibly impressed at the level of organizing happening in terms of issues on the ground, questions of access to basic necessities, but also unifying struggles between those waged by locals and those waged by migrants. So Charlotte, please go ahead. I assume Charlotte is going to present in French. So as I said earlier on, we have interpretation in French and English. So if you need English interpretation, please go to the icon and then select English. Thank you. Please go ahead, Charlotte.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Merci, je suis content d'être là. Alors, j'ai envoyé ma présentation. Je ne sais pas si vous pouvez projeter pour moi, s'il vous plaît, par exemple.
I didn't get that, sorry.
D'accord.
Bendu? Okay. Hi, Charlotte. Sorry, can you come again? I didn't get.
Bendu, are you online?
Charlotte?
Yes, just 1 minute.
Okay.
1 minute, pardon.
Okay. Bendu
Okay,
is going
thank you.
to share. Okay.
Alors, je suis haïtien. Je suis chercheur du MIDEC dans le corridor Brésil-Haïti, l'Institut Malia-João-Galèche. Et je vais vous parler de la vie des immigrants haïtiens au Brésil. S'il vous plaît, vous pouvez passer. Suivant. Le prochain. D'accord. Et pour parler de la vie des immigrants haïtiens au Brésil, avant tout, il faut parler de différentes étapes. Non. Retourne au second, s'il vous plaît. OK, merci. Alors, pour parler de la vie des immigrants haïtiens au Brésil, il faut aussi parler, et avant tout, des différentes étapes de la migration haïtienne. Et la première étape, c'est en 1915 à 1943, avec l'occupation américaine. Et dans le pays, c'était une intervention qui avait pour but d'aider le pays à faire face à des problèmes de sécurité.
Sorry, Shalom and interpreter, just 1 second. It seems to me that not everybody is getting the interpretation. Please just go to the bottom of the screen and then you'll see a tab of translation. Just click that and then you go to English. Okay, so there is translation, interpretation happening. Thank you.
Je peux continuer?
Okay, please proceed. Sorry, Charlotte.
D'accord. Alors, la première étape, c'est en 1915 à 1943, avec l'occupation américaine. C'était une occupation qui avait pour mission d'aider le pays à faire face à des problèmes de sécurité. Mais par contre, ça, ce n'est pas la réalité vécue en Haïti, parce qu'il y avait des pillages et d'autres situations compliquées. Et la deuxième étape, c'est l'arrivée au pouvoir du dictateur François Duvalier, qui durant son régime 1957-1971, et beaucoup de personnes étaient obligées de laisser le pays, parce que les personnes qui n'avaient pas accepté de son mode de diriger le pays, alors la meilleure façon de survivre, c'est l'exil. Beaucoup de personnes ont été obligées d'aller vers l'extérieur. Et la troisième étape, en 1990, c'était le coup d'État du président Aristide, le premier président élu démocratiquement par le peuple. Et ce coup d'État donné à Aristide a été réalisé par l'armée haïtienne. Alors, ça, c'était vraiment, vraiment compliqué pour le pays. Avec cet acte, la démocratie haïtienne est incapable, jusqu'à ce jour, de mettre en œuvre des éléments démocratiques importants. Haïti est donc l'un des pays où l'idéal démocratique n'a jamais pu s'appliquer. Les crises haïtiennes, les crises internes du pays s'aggravent de plus en plus en favorisant une instabilité sans fin. Et la quatrième étape, c'est le tremblement de terre du mois de janvier 2010. Pour beaucoup de personnes, l'immigration haïtienne au Brésil a pour raison ou de base le tremblement de terre, mais en réalité, ce n'est pas vrai, parce que le tremblement de terre en Haïti de 2010, c'est aussi un autre facteur. Alors, comme vous pouvez regarder, il y a toujours des choses qui ne vont pas bien depuis avec l'occupation américaine. Alors, c'est une situation très complexe et tout de suite avec l'assassinat du président Jovenel Moïse au pouvoir en juillet 2021 et aussi la corruption de certains secteurs clés de la vie nationale, sans oublier l'implication de la communauté internationale dans les décisions internes du pays. Suivant, s'il vous plaît. Maintenant, nous pouvons parler de la mobilisation et solidarité de la migration haïtienne au Brésil. Suivant, s'il vous plaît. En étudiant la migration haïtienne au Brésil, nous pouvons mettre en évidence trois réalités, ou nous pouvons parler de trois catégories ou trois groupes de personnes. La première catégorie, ce sont les gens qui ont voyagé illégalement parlant. Quand je parle illégal, ce sont des personnes qui ont voyagé sans visa, sans passeport. Ces personnes-là ont parcouru des trajectoires difficiles pour arriver au Brésil. Et certains passent des semaines pour sortir d'Haïti pour arriver au Brésil, en passant par plusieurs pays. L'autre catégorie, ce sont les personnes qui ont voyagé avec des visas humanitaires ou autres types de visas. Et en troisième position, ce sont des personnes qui ont voyagé avec des bourses d'études offertes par le Brésil pour étudier dans l'université brésilienne, soit pour faire des maîtrises et pour faire des doctorats. Alors, vous pouvez remarquer que ces trois groupes de personnes-là, et parfois, chaque groupe a vécu des situations différentes. Par exemple, une personne qui arrive ici sans visa, sans passeport, cette personne-là a beaucoup plus de difficultés pour s'intégrer dans la vie et dans la société brésilienne. Et le deuxième groupe, comme ce groupe a déjà des documents, alors ce groupe va faire travailler beaucoup moins que le premier groupe. Et le troisième groupe, pour arriver ici avec une bourse d'études, cette personne-là, économiquement parlant, a déjà quelque chose en main. Alors, les réalités des trois groupes, la première catégorie, c'est celle qui a beaucoup souffert, et ainsi de suite. Et quelques réalités importantes en parlant de la vie des immigrants haïtiens au Brésil, nous pouvons remarquer une très bonne pratique. Il s'agit, dans la vie de la communauté haïtienne au Brésil, c'est la création des associations dans plusieurs zones du pays. Ces entités aident les Haïtiens de plusieurs façons. Par exemple, l'Association des Haïtiens à Porto Velho, dont je suis membre fondateur, cette association joue un rôle important dans l'orientation des gens sur le marché du travail, à l'école, dans l'obtention des documents de toutes sortes. Organiser des conférences dans plusieurs domaines, écouter des personnes qui ont des problèmes et aussi partager des bonnes expériences, parce que les conférences ne se basent pas seulement sur les difficultés affrontées, mais aussi nous partageons des expériences qui peuvent aider les personnes pour faire une meilleure intégration. Certains ont aussi de l'aide de la société civile brésilienne de divers aspects, sans oublier les activités menées par l'Institut malien Joël Lecho à travers la recherche menée par MyDeck et aussi d'autres projets qui sont en construction. Ces projets visent des meilleures conditions de vie pour la communauté haïtienne au Brésil. Une grande difficulté rencontrée au Brésil, c'est que depuis quelque temps, il n'y a pas de vol commercial entre Haïti et Brésil. Imaginez-vous, vous vivez dans un pays différent du vôtre, cependant, il n'y a pas de vol commercial. Comment un Haïtien va faire pour sortir du Brésil pour aller visiter sa famille en Haïti? Ça, c'est une chose très compliquée. Alors, il y a des difficultés de faire venir leur famille, il y a un manque d'emploi, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de personnes qui travaillent, mais qui ne trouvent pas un bon emploi. Par exemple, en Haïti, il y a des personnes qui travaillent comme professeurs. En arrivant ici au Brésil, cette personne va travailler dans d'autres secteurs. Il y a aussi un problème de validation des diplômes. Il y a beaucoup d'études que cette personne a fait en Haïti, en arrivant au Brésil, il n'y a pas de validation. Alors la personne est obligée de réaliser d'autres travaux que la personne ne faisait pas quand elle était en Haïti. C'est aussi des choses compliquées. Comme nous n'avons pas beaucoup de temps, alors je ne vais pas beaucoup énumérer les difficultés et les bénéfices. S'il vous plaît, et le prochain slide. OK. Comme considération finale de cette présentation, la migration pour de nombreux Haïtiens et Haïtiennes est considérée comme un moyen d'avoir de meilleures conditions de vie. La personne laisse en Haïti, arrive au Brésil, alors il y a une opportunité de mieux travailler pour faire face à la vie, pour surmonter ces défis. Mais ce n'est pas toujours le cas, parce qu'il y a aussi beaucoup de personnes qui ont reçu des mauvais traitements. OK? Au Brésil, beaucoup de gens se sentent bien et réalisent leur projet de vie. Certains trouvent de bons emplois, ils poursuivent des études supérieures et réalisent d'autres activités importantes dans leur vie. Et de notre côté, un grand nombre de personnes luttent chaque jour pour survivre. Ces personnes qui luttent chaque jour pour survivre, ce sont celles qui n'arrivent pas encore à s'adapter ou à réaliser leurs rêves. Ils traversent des moments difficiles. Parfois, même pour manger, ce n'est pas une chose facile. Quand je dis manger, manger, bien manger. Alors, parfois, on mange, mais on mange ce qu'on a. On n'a pas l'opportunité de bien manger. Sans parler aussi du manque de moyens pour payer un loyer décent, pour payer de l'énergie, pour payer de l'eau, pour payer d'autres taxes que la personne est obligée de payer. Et comme aussi pour envoyer des enfants à l'école, pour apprendre des métiers ou faire des universités. Et le plus dur, ce sont les gens qui ont de la responsabilité dans le pays d'origine. Imaginez-vous, vous êtes ici au Brésil et vous avez des familles en Haïti, soit un fils, une fille, une femme ou un époux. Alors, vous êtes obligé d'aider ces personnes. Cependant, vous êtes ici et vous n'avez pas un bon boulot, vous n'avez pas un bon emploi. Ça complique la vie de la personne ici. Non seulement que cette personne confronte des difficultés de sa part, mais aussi cette personne pense toujours comment faire pour aider les personnes qu'il a laissées en Haïti. Alors ça, c'est beaucoup compliqué dans la vie de beaucoup de personnes ici. Pour aider ces gens à surmonter ces défis, et je pense qu'une bonne collaboration de la société civile et l'application des politiques publiques appropriées sont indispensables. Parce que la communauté haïtienne au Brésil a reçu divers appuis quand il s'agit de l'apprentissage de la langue. Il y a des personnes qui donnent des conférences pour parler de la loi du travail au Brésil, comment faire pour s'intégrer dans les écoles brésiliennes, et aussi d'autres éléments importants pour que cette communauté se sente à l'aise. Pour finir, je dois vous dire que cette présentation ne vient pas seulement de la recherche réalisée par MyDeck, mais aussi d'autres recherches que j'ai réalisées. Parce que maintenant, je réalise mes recherches doctorales. Alors, il y a des données ici qui ne font pas partie de la recherche du MyDeck. Alors, c'est toujours un plaisir de pouvoir parler avec vous. Et je ne sais pas comment est la traduction, mais je pense que tout le monde arrive à mieux comprendre. S'il y en a des commentaires, des questions, nous sommes ici. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. I want to assure you that the translation was good. We understood what you were saying. It's just that at some point the network was a bit moody. But thank you very much for kind of giving us the historical background. It's really important. Haiti occupies a very significant role in the imagination of an alternative. For many people, the Haitian Revolution is a starting point, of a liberatory future. And then what Haiti has been confronting in terms of the movement out of Haiti is something that many people have been trying to grapple with. So that introduction really contextualizes Haiti very well. So we're going to, again, just to call on comrades to use the icon to applaud Charlotte. We have a number of comments and questions in the chat box for our presenters. So we're going to spend a few minutes going through them. Caroline, there was this question that somebody raised earlier on, or not a question, really a comment about the court case against Operation Dudula. Prof. Awumbila, there was that question around how to acknowledge the contribution of migrants in the Ghanaian society. And then there's another question by Fumbaye Ndoye. It's in French. So bonjour, professor. I think the question from my very, 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 very non-existent French is really talking about legislations around the liberty and the rights of migrants, I think, to join trade unions in Ghana. And there are a number of kind of points that have also just been posted in the chat box. One by Jordano saying, if you could say more, and this is to Shalor, if you could say more on the role of the ideals and values of the Haitian Revolution in helping Haitians settle in Brazil, as well as in creating solidarity between Haitian migrants in Brazil and locals who are facing exploitation and discrimination. More broadly, to the organizers, what ideals and values can we draw from historical incidents such as the fall of apartheid in South Africa and the Adwa victory in Ethiopia? For those who know the Battle of Adwa, led by Menelik, where they defeated the Italians that were trying to colonize them, which makes Ethiopia the only really country in Africa, apart from Liberia, not to have been colonized, and to have bringing about transnational solidarity. And then there's one by Nuruddin Mohammed on why don't you engage immigration experts to educate us more. So Nuruddin, I think, is saying that, general social, broad social education. So maybe I will invite Caroline. Caroline, if you want to reflect on some of those points that were raised. And then there were some questions also to Alex, one by Caroline, which Alex has answered. But then there's another question to Alex in French, which I'm sure Alex has understood. So Alex will answer. So Caroline, please, and then we'll go to Prof.
Okay, yeah, thank you everyone for the question. So when I saw that question, that whole issue of Operation Dudula,
Caroline, I think you are muted.
Oh, no, I am not. I don't know. Can the rest hear me?
You.
Can the rest hear me?
Yeah.
I am not muted.
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay, now.
We can hear you, Caroline.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah.
But I can't hear her. Bendu, can you hear her?
I think everyone else can hear me apart from Faizo.
Okay,
Yeah.
can anybody, okay, maybe there's something with, go ahead. I mean,
yeah.
I can hear you, but I can see the rest can hear you, so go ahead.
Yeah, so when I saw that this whole thing of Operation Dudula, my mind went back to 2008, I think it was, when South Africa hosted this international UN conference against xenophobia, and all those related in racism, xenophobia, and related intolerances. And it was quite a beacon of hope at that time. So seeing now that it's coming up with an organization that is kicking foreigners out of the country, and the government is also going ahead to actually register that organization, even as a political party. I mean, it kind of like just it boggles the mind, really. It's and I think, but at least there is so much hope in the South African constitution. South Africa has a very strong and good constitution, and the courts have been really quite steady in upholding it. So good, it has gone to court, so there is some hope there, but I think it's a shame. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Hi, Caroline. Can you hear me? Or I think there's something wrong with my volume. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I can't hear, but since you can hear me, that's fine. So Prof, over to Prof. Awumbila.
You want me to respond? Yeah. I think there were some 2 questions or so. I haven't checked to see whether they are bleeding more. But yes, I think this was a very important question. The question on whether, given the fact that these immigrants, even when they are in irregular status, are working and contributing, what we can do to make sure that their contributions are highlighted. I think, if I remember right, that's sort of how the question went. And I think it's a very important question. Yes, it's very important that they're able to highlight their contributions, because currently the perception is that many of them are not working, they are a drain on us, or they are competing with us to take our jobs from us. So it's important that we highlight the results of these findings. For instance, the results on the Ghana Statistical Survey, I was very impressed. There was a whole module on migration, and they highlighted also a lot of the contributions. So maybe our various policies, and Ghana has developed quite a number of policies that are either migration, talking about migration itself or migration related. Maybe it's about time that in implementing the policies that have been developed, many of them were a bit silent on migration, but in implementing them, we ought to make sure we can integrate some of these issues, particularly about immigrants and contributions. Maybe if we are able to integrate it into the policy implementation, then we can highlight and make their role better known. I'm looking, for instance, during COVID time, for instance, there was some amount of assistance given to Ghanaians. Many migrants were left out of it, and on their own, their associations and various groupings came out to help them. This is quite silent, and I think people will need to know some of these good things that went on, some of these best practices. The other one, unfortunately, was written in French, but with my limited French, I think, Faisal, I think you are better in French than me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was asking whether there are any policies, I think, that address immigration. Am I right?
Yeah, I understand it to be the rights of migrants to join unions in Ghana.
Policies, okay, that address the rights of migrants to join unions. Yeah. Generally in Ghana, many of our policies do not, at least openly, discriminate against migrants or openly prevent them from getting access to various resources and protecting their rights. But then also, many of the policies don't particularly also support. So they are a bit silent. So it's as if they are blind to migrants. They don't come out to discriminate openly, but they also don't come out to support. So yeah, for the unions, openly, that's it. But I think some of the labor unions, some of them, sometimes they have some problems. I know that Alex, I think, and from discussions with Dr. Kennedy Achapuma, that ITUC Africa is trying very hard to work with migrants now and have them unionized. At first, not too many of them have been unionized. I think one group that they've done quite well is the Domestic Workers Union. Yes, and also one area that has been, I think, has done very well is the Union of Informal Sector Workers. They call it UNIWA, Union of Informal Sector Workers. And as so many migrants are in the informal sector, almost more than 18% of migrants are in the informal sector. When they are mobilized, to join the unions formally, I think it will help. So there are things in place to make sure that they are unionized, but really nothing that goes against them being unionized. But however, they face a lot of discrimination. But now the ITUC, I think ITUC is coming on board. The TUC is trying to make sure that they get unionized, especially under the umbrella of the Union of Informal Sector and Workers. I hope that has answered the question.
Yeah, thank you.
I think those were the two questions. I'm not sure whether there was another question.
Thank you. Adrian?
Yes, tell me. Yep.
No, hi, Adrian, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, we have like the cultural barriers, right, in even communicating. So let's say the local union would want to welcome the migrant community into the union, right? So firstly, to at a rights-based approach to help explain what is your rights, what is unionism about, what is tripartism, and what is a collective agreement, what is collective bargaining. So we need that cultural communication competency, whether it's in a very technical academic way or in a creative manner. So sometimes, something as simple as just, filling a form, which is elementary for us, but to then get that translated, understood by the community, and socialize it. So that's kind of competency that, if we get it right, could actually reduce harm, reduce risk, and of course reduce the amount of energy, time needed for that solidarity building. So I think that that expertise is really lacking, and it could be construed as not coming out, and maybe borderline xenophobia or racist, but which it could be, but it could also mean that it's just people not knowing how to communicate in a way that everyone can understand. And I hope the experts here could look back historically, how do we do that in a safe way, and help bridge the gap between the unions, the community members, whether it's migrant, regular, irregular. Sometimes I feel that that those terms, those labels use, it's until the day we find alternatives that can break this terminology barriers. We just keep the creativity and like I use the term affection. Maybe how do we show affection among ourselves with communities who are of different color, different languages. We would assume that sometimes embassies or the local politicians would know how to do that, but they are also always on the offense. And the problem with embassies is they are positioned here through foreign affairs ministries, whose idea or vision may be more for diplomatic ties and not necessarily providing that extra boost or technical know-how for their citizens to get their rights and to integrate into society here. So of course, integration is two ways. It's not just migrants, but also the locals understanding how communities function, how they operate. So I have this experience of the Songkran festival, right? It's the water festival that I think the Mekong communities like to celebrate. And if I see migrant workers celebrating outside their house, splashing water, spraying with, and a bit of music, not very loud, but sometimes can be loud. I would join them. I would happily get into my bath suit and my swimsuit and join them. But if people don't understand what is Songkran and why are they splashing water, why are they, it could go south, right? It could go in a very negative way. For example, sorry for using the word south. Actually, and then they will say, oh, these guys are nude and dancing naked, half naked in the street, wasting water, making too much noise. But it's a simple celebration of culture. So that is the assistance that we need to collaborate and especially the academic fraternity to help us break out from those limitations. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Alex, Alex?
Yes.
Yes, there are a number of questions directed to you that you've addressed the bulk of them, but there's one in French, which I saw you reply to with merci. So I assume you understood it.
Yeah, it's just a comment. That one is just appreciating the work that ITC Africa is doing in promoting the rights of migrant workers and that of their families.
Okay.
And is emphasizing the importance of collaboration in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Charlotte, there is a question from Jordanos, which I'm sure you've seen, and it's about the values of the Haitian Revolution and what it means for Haitian migrants in Brazil, how it enables them to build and extend solidarity. So if you can say something about that. Is there a resonance between, the values of the Haitian Revolution and, solidarity built by Haitian immigrants in Brazil?
Merci pour la question. Alors, la révolution haïtienne, c'est une révolution qui n'est pas beaucoup parlée, qui n'est pas beaucoup parlée à travers les écoles de certains pays. Mais nous savons que la révolution haïtienne.
The interpretation is not available. Hello, interpreters.
Ça va? Je peux continuer?
Oui, ça va.
One moment. Are they taking, I don't know, maybe their network has, but I can see them here. Dominic, are you there? Okay. Can the rest of you hear the interpreters? Oh boy. Hi, Dominic.
Yes, I can hear you.
I guess their internet is unstable. Is there anybody here who can help with interpretation? Alex, can you do a summary at least, Alex? Can you take notes and do a summary? Oh, okay. No, go ahead, please. I think you're doing the interpretation, so please go ahead. Charlotte, continue.
OK, et en parlant de la révolution haïtienne, il y a beaucoup de choses importantes que nous pouvons dire. La première chose, c'est que la révolution haïtienne, c'est une révolution qui a valorisé la dignité humaine. Comme vous savez, avant, et dans les systèmes esclavagistes, les Noirs n'étaient pas considérés comme des personnes. Par contre, avec la révolution haïtienne, toutes les personnes ont le droit de vivre dans la dignité, le respect, avoir le droit à la vie, à la santé, tout ça. Et les Haïtiens au Brésil, si nous voulons faire un lien, c'est que beaucoup de personnes croient que c'est important que cette communauté peut vivre bien, alors que cette communauté a les droits de la sécurité, a les droits de travail, a les droits d'études et la santé. Quand une personne dit que c'est important d'aider cette communauté à apprendre le portugais, par exemple, alors quand on enseigne ta langue à quelqu'un, c'est parce que tu veux connaître l'histoire de cette personne, c'est parce que tu veux que cette personne aussi connaisse l'histoire de ton peuple. Alors pour nous, ici au Brésil, nous valorisons beaucoup cet apprentissage, ce cadeau reçu de la part de la société brésilienne. Parce que même quand l'État en soi, il n'y a pas une politique publique qui vise à valoriser l'immigrant haïtien en soi, mais il y a beaucoup de groupes dans la société civile qui se manifestent en les aidant. Et d'une manière générale, nous pouvons dire que la révolution haïtienne, c'est une révolution que tout le monde doit savoir un peu. Parce que nous savons qu'une telle révolution faite par un groupe de Noirs et qui a abouti à la liberté, Haïti n'était pas opposé seulement aux Français, mais c'est à tout un système décolonial, un système d'esclavagisme. Alors, Haïti, à travers de tous les pays où les Haïtiens arrivent, montre toujours que c'est une personne qui croit dans la liberté. Montre toujours que c'est une personne qui croit que la dignité n'appartient pas à un groupe de personnes, à une classe politique ou à une couleur de peau, mais c'est toutes les personnes qui ont le droit de vivre cette dignité. Merci.
Okay.
Faisal, are you on?
Thank you, Charlotte. There were some hands. So I think the first is Nuruddin Muhammad. And then after Nuruddin, I see Justice Bakon Ntama. So Nuruddin.
And Faisal, there's a question, a later question that was put there for me, apparently, after.
Hello, Nuruddin, can you unmute yourself and ask your question or make your comment?
Good morning to you all. Okay, so there's a question from Alfred Mbinglo.
That's what I was referring to.
Yes, with regards to the monies needed, like the $500,000 and then the $1 million for migrants. So what most people do when they have less incomes like this are to probably get Ghanaians to set up the companies for them, which requires less amount, and they are able to make them managers so that they can operate very well. And then an earlier question, Dr. Mariama too answered with regards to when they are not documented, when migrants are not documented, how they are able to build up to the economic factor of the country. You see, most of these, let me say, Nigerians, they come in, they get people to register company, and then they employ people. So they are just the funders. They provide monies for people to do the business for them, and then this goes in a long way to help in the it contributes in the Ghanaian economy. That's what I have to add.
Okay, thank you very much, Nuruddin. Prof, I hope you've taken note of that question by Alfred.
Yes,
Mbinglo.
I was trying to respond.
So we'll go to Justice before coming back to you. Justice Bakun, please go ahead. Hi, Justice. Can you hear Justice? I can't hear him. But...
No, we can't.
Can you hear Justice?
No.
Justice, you are muted. Hello, Justice, you are muted, so we can't hear anything. Okay, so just try and unmute yourself, Justice. We'll go to Azwi.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the presentation. This is a very... am I muted to you, Dr. Faisal? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
oh, it looks like, okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Azwi, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the important research. I mean, this is very much needed in our space. And this is some of the things that we've been doing. Faisal and Dr. Faisal and I, we've been working on this, and he really roped me into the, this space of where people try to see how migrants, work collaboratively and, try to help them to do something. But there's one thing that I've picked up during our research processes, and this is very much important to me in South African context, because I've realized that we have got organizations that are working specifically focusing on migrants issues and so on. But I think there is some kind of disconnection between of how we understand the attitude and the perceptions of the work we do as people who are advocating or being in solidarity with migrants and the local issues. Whereas in terms of our research findings, we know that the links, there's a tight links between what migrants are facing, especially in the spaces of what we do. For me, as I'm working from the work packet 6, which looks at resource flows in the townships, I realized that there is this connection. So I just want to understand. So how do you? Is there anything that you can tell us? Perhaps maybe this question was directed to Caroline. I sent it in the message there in the chat book. I wanted to understand, how do you see it? Is there anything that you can say about the attitude and the perceptions of both local and migrants towards the organizations that are operating into their spaces in terms of how they represent themselves or how they support themselves? Thank you.
Thank you, Azwi. Justice, can you try again? You are still muted. So please look for an icon on your system that looks like a microphone, and you just click on it. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yes, yes, Justice from Ghana. Hello.
I think there's a television in the background. Can you please switch it over, a radio?
Please. I'll come back. I'll come again. So give the opportunity to another person. I'll try to reposition myself and come back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Faisal, can I chip in?
Justice, please mute yourself. Huh? Yeah.
Can I chip in because I need to go?
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead then. No,
I need to go. So let me quickly respond to Azwi's question. I don't know whether I got it, but it's one, in terms of perception, it depends from who. If it's the government, it will all depend on the political climate, yeah? It depends. If citizens cannot, they have their rights to mobilize being restricted, then it will be even worse for migrants. So you find that for some of these organizations, the funding, especially for legal aid for migrants, has been withdrawn or it's not forthcoming. So in that way, the work that they can do for migrants is kind of like limited or really prescribed. But also in terms of working together with migrants and how the communities perceive them, I think in most cases, most NGOs deal with thematic issues. Of course, they do have a section for migrants, but they deal with issues thematically, so that it's not like we are only looking at migrants and ignoring the issues of the community. So they kind of like build that solidarity between the community and the migrants. For example, you're looking at domestic violence, then you don't only look at migrants' issues, you look at housing or right to education. You take a society-wide or community-wide approach rather than isolating migrants from the rest of the community. So that is one of the ways to kind of like to kind of like change the perception and get acceptance from the community. But also some of these NGOs are lucky that they are continued quite undeterred, especially if they are supported by non-state kind of like funders in doing their work. But the key is that kind of like community approach. Thank you.
Faisal, are you on?
Okay.
Hi, Prof. Yes, so the question
Thank you very much, Caroline, for that specific answer. I have worked with migrants in all these spaces, and there are different perceptions. So they...
Hello, Azwi. Sorry, let's just move on to the next question. Because of time, we can come back to that later.
Okay.
Okay, so Prof, have you seen the question from Alfred?
Yes, yes. So I've seen that. The question I was responding to was in response to whether there was anything that stops migrants from unionizing. But this is more to do with their economic activity. I presented it that they face some discrimination when they come in. There are certain laws put in place. The GIPs, the Ghana Investment Promotion Centers laws, for instance, prevents immigrants from going into certain economic activities. I think there are about 37 of them or so, including small-scale trading, barbering shop, hairdressers. They've now included manufacturing of mobile phone scratch cards. You know, it used to be about 20 or so. They've expanded it to about 37. That is reserved for just Ghanaians. And in addition to that, if you actually want to invest, as you say, you need a minimum of $500,000. Then you are allowed to go into trade. Otherwise, anything below that, you are not allowed. So there are some explicit laws, particularly in the economic sphere. That's basically trying to keep, you know, some part of the economy to Ghanaians only. And it has been a source of contention, a source of conflicts, because at the regional, the sub-regional level, ECOWAS, West Africans as members of ECOWAS are at least allowed to, they allow rights of movement, entry, rights of establishment, that is to work, and rights of residence, at least for the 90 days. Then that's where the catch comes. Then now you have to regularize with the national laws. So the national laws, some of the national laws appear to be in conflict with the sub-regional laws. And so I think those are some of the areas we should look at. But I was just addressing the issue of the unionization. And so because of that, that's why ITUC and even TUC Ghana is now working very hard to try and make sure that they can form unions. And nothing against them now, but they just don't have there's no environment for them to unionize. So now TUC is trying to provide that facilitating environment. And the work we are doing with ITUC, with Alex, actually one of the projects, it's just a small beginning, but one of the projects is trying to look at how we can provide a facilitating environment so that migrants can unionize if they want to. So Alfred, I hope I've answered your question.
Okay.
And then somebody made a comment about the fronting. Yes, so because of this 500,000 cities, so then many immigrants will take a partner and present the partner as the owner of the company. So then they don't need the $500,000. So there's a lot of issues around the fronting. So it makes one wonder, is it not better to look at that law again rather than have as it is, and then people present Ghanaian partners as owners of the company so that they don't have to pay that $500,000.
Thank you very much, Prof. I mean, when we come to the last session where we are thinking of ways forward, I think these are some of the issues, recommendations and so on that will come up. Azwi, I see your hand is still up. Do you want to go again? Although we are right in the nick of time to switch to the next session. Jordanos, I see Charlotte has posted a really good response about to your question around the Haitian Revolution. And Mina has also posted something around class. Class issue is becoming more complex, even among migrants themselves, e.g. first traveling migrants and returning migrants. Also at the workplace, they carry their class tensions from home to destination. So class issue among migrants and between migrants and expats, I think the point she's saying is that is really important. So we're going to quickly move over to the next session, which is illustrative examples showcasing successful initiatives and approaches, basically a panel discussion. So I'm going to, at this stage, hand over to Prof to lead the discussion.
Thank you very much. I think at some stage, or at the end of this session, at some stage during this session, I'm going to ask that everybody leaves their camera on. That is if you agreed for your picture to be taken. They want to take some screenshots. So at some stage, I will announce, Edward, when you are ready, let me know. And then I'll announce it so that everybody leaves their screen on. And then he takes the snapshots. Okay, so this session, it's a panel session. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 organizations. The main idea here is we know a lot about the challenges. We've heard a lot about them today, but we also know that there are best practices. There are some initiatives that have been taken, some approaches that have been undertaken. So the aim of this session is to highlight those ones for discussions and so that we can have some takeaways from them. So I will go to the first. The first is the Migration Advocacy Center. They are going to be talking on how they have been looking at issues of organizing, especially organizing migrants in Ghana. So is it Festus or Bernice? So the Migration Advocacy Center, just briefly, it's a comparatively new center focusing on immigrants. Actually, there's a big gap in Ghana on organizations that look at immigrants. A lot of times they look at Ghanaians going out or Ghanaians who have returned back to the country, but immigrants, there's a big gap there. And I think they are one of the very few CXOs that are focusing on, and they are specifically focusing on West African immigrants, in fact. So I invite Festus, Olsen, or Dennis, anybody from the Migration Advocacy Center to give us their presentation. We are limiting you to 10 minutes, maximum maybe 12. So Festus, are you there?
Yes. Good. In Ghana, it's still morning, but I believe it's afternoon in other parts of Africa. So just let me switch on my, okay. Yeah, so as Prof rightly said, the Migration Advocacy Center is quite a new NGO, I'll say barely 2 years old. And our establishment came in to fill this gap where most NGOs in Ghana have been focusing on issues of emigration or even internally issues of migration, the area of managing traffic, children internally, and none had really looked at issues of immigrants, particularly in Ghana. So we sought to fill in that gap from practice. I and my colleague Bernice had already been engaging migrants through our career build-up, and we saw really that's something that would help civil society contribute to issues of migration management in Ghana. So our main, maybe not to say so much about what we do and all that, but just to quickly say that it is our overall aim is to really promote good image of migration, the positives, and towards working with other partners to change the narrative given the volume of immigration that we experience within the ECOWAS sub-regional and, for that matter, Africa, within Africa as a whole. So we gotten of the MIDEC project, where on the solidarity building initiatives, and we thought that given where we had positioned ourselves, we could collaborate. So we got the apply for funding, and then got the support of MIDEC to implement this project, which we are doing with the University of Ghana and University of Cape Town. Over the past year, because we very young or very new and needed to put ourselves in the right stead, we first of all thought to invite other CEOs that are in the migration space in Ghana, so that all of us will build our capacity. And through the MIDEC project, we got our capacities built Mark first, and then we had one workshop last year, almost about a year ago, with other close to about five other migrant groups, and then about 10 other CSOs in Ghana, where we all learned a lot about the subject matter of migration, and of course migration and development, and how to actually undertake advocacy, and then also together with the immigrants, I appreciate how they mobilize themselves and see how best we can harness that space for them. Since the training, we have been engaging quite a lot of migrant groups, talking of refugees refugees at the Liberia refugee camp, where they have been there for almost over 30 years, with some situations such that they've gone through processes that cause for closing of the refugee camp, because I think all other formalities required by UNHCR and the Ghana Refugee Board have all been, have been exhausted, and those who wanted to go back has been compensated, and they've left. Now the session that, of course, want to remain, and this is something particular that most refugee migrants come across. They've lost touch with their home. Some maybe it was a stranger that brought them into Ghana, and for that matter, as a child, all the way 93, early 90s, when the Civil War happened, and therefore could not even trace any relation of theirs. So what was that immigrant going back to do, or who is he going to connect to? So having grown up here, of course, they feel socially tied and economically tied in the country, and therefore are struggling to go back or find themselves in other places, and some of them find themselves in that gap. Following from that training, on 25th May, during the African Union Day, Mark, together with us, MIDEC, knocked heads together to organize a community dialogue, where we have we met also all the various migrant groups within the community, and have invited other state agencies that are involved and involved in migration management. We're talking of police, NADMO, the Ghana Refugee Board, and all others, including locals, the traditional people, market actors, drivers, transport owners, because landlords, owners of land, farms, so that we could all think about, like, once again, espouse the positives of the coming of this immigrant, as well as to what extent the community benefited, and what are the challenges, so that we can all work together to resolve these. And this they found very, very positive. In fact, one very important pronouncement that came out of this workshop was that the community people felt whereas the chief, the landowners thought that we want our land back, so those remaining in the camp must be closed and people expelled. The community people, the drivers, the traders felt that until the coming of the immigrants, some of them were struggling even to fend for themselves. But since the refugees came in there, the community has opened and has completely transformed. Some of them, their life, their economy depend on everyone in the community now. So they were pleading that there's no way the government should make that move to close down the camp as it is, that it should remain, and whatever that the community leaders need to be assisted with, so that they can also be compensated in some ways, that should be carried through. The community leadership took that point from the traders and the transport owners, and felt that yes, it was something that they should really look at it. So they were going to go back. From there on, we have been engaging with the student leadership across the ECOWAS sub-region, but based in Ghana. So we still engaging. What we have noticed is that prior to actually even coming of MAC, the immigrants struggle to even identify themselves, because when you go out, you look seen as an outsider. And so I believe a lot of researchers also faced. It takes a lot of time for them to really accept and believe who you are. And we believe that over time, as they realize MAC is an organization that is really pushing for their interests, where we've assisted some of them to address their immigration and business related issues. That confidence is built, and now we are very well welcomed by most of the immigrants groups in Ghana. And also realize previously when we organize events, they will not even want to communicate. We realize that now they are confident, they want to contribute at workshops, at seminars, and to even previously also to get them to even come.
Can I interrupt?
Yes.
You have to wind up 1 minute.
Okay.
And then I have to ask you questions.
Okay, so after beyond this, we've collaborated with also Center for Migration Studies recently, just to also organize a crosstalk, community crosstalk, where we brought the Traders Association and students, Ghanaian youth leadership, and several other stakeholders to also deliberate on issues of addressing immigrants, advancing migrants' rights in Ghana, and of course seeing how we can proceed to break down some of the barriers that they face. And so far, it's gone well. We're looking forward to building at this stage. We still look forward to deepening our organizing of MAC ourselves, as well as building that bond with the immigrant community, so that we can always work together. What they appreciate now is the fact that we are all working together, and it's not like they have issues. One organization is coming to solve it for them, or the government is solving, but we're all working together as partners and collaborators to make sure that whatever sentiment that they have, some of them were have never gone outside Ghana, though they are immigrants, as known as immigrants. They've never moved outside Ghana to their parent country. So all that they know is Ghana. How would they raise $1 million to establish business when their colleagues who are Ghanaians that they've gone through our school with through up to tertiary level cannot even raise $5,000 for themselves? So there's that clarion call that some of the state policies. Sorry, was somebody?
No.
Okay, so that's that clarion call that some of the policies that Guta and other actors or in the state think that it cannot be dealt with or cannot be done is something that's really unrealistic, and not a matter of just law, but they are unrealistic requirement terms that have been just put in the way of immigrants to enable them live and be part of society as Thank you.
Thank you very much, first for giving us so much data. So please, any questions can be typed in the chat box. So I'll call the next group, that's the ATUMNet, Africa Trade Union Migration Network, and they will speak on migrants and unionization. So please, can we try and keep to the 10 minutes so that we can have a little bit of time for discussion before we move to the next session. So ATUMNet, African Trade Union Migration Network. Alex, are you around? Alex, who is making that presentation? Okay, whilst we try to get them on, can we have Southern African Migration Network and to talk on migrants transnational organizing? And then ATUMNet will come after them. Southern African Migration Network.
Thank you, Prof. Can I be allowed to share?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Just a second. Second. It's not working on my side. Can a colleague help me to share? I did email to my presentation.
Yes, I'm here. I can share it. 1 second.
Okay, thanks.
Good. Thank you so much, Prof. and Dr. Faisal for this opportunity. And I really want to really appreciate this opportunity. I wish we can have many more of this because I've learned a lot from the previous speakers. And I can already see how we can even, colleagues, we can even partner with or collaborate on this. My name is Joseph Eliapsan Maniragena, and I'm in South Africa. My presentation will be on the work we are doing with the SAMIN, which is the Southern Africa Migration Network. It's a network which started in 2019, and it's being hosted by Africa Unite, which is a human rights and youth organization based in Cape Town, but working in the province of Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. But we also have other activities in other countries, especially where we bring young people for a 1 week school on human rights. And then when they go back in their countries, when they come in South Africa, they join South African young people who are also part of the initiative. And then the request is when they go back, they are a human rights champion, where they teach, they bring issues of human rights in their own communities. But today we're going to share about this initiative of SAMIN in next presentation. And in the next slide, sorry. Many colleagues have spoken really enough on the challenges. And in Southern Africa, it's not really different from what is happening in other countries, but we feel maybe, especially in the West Africa and maybe in Maghreb, Sahel, you may be more organized, more than us. So these are some challenges. The next, which includes, of course, that migration is still a contested phenomenon in many African countries. And we have been seeing really many governments when they fail to bring people, take them from out of poverty, they come to blame migrant. It's not different. That's what happens in South Africa with the Operation Tudura, which colleagues have spoken about. This happens in Malawi. You've heard recently when migrants who have really done well, established their own business, and they were actually employing Malawian, but they are now being taken to the camp where they have now to beg for the UN agency packages of food. And next, we also face the issue because of unemployment. Most of young people in Southern African countries, they tend to also blame a migrant on the issue of unemployment. And here I did quote one of a migration advocate who just say that migrants who live in communities across the country remain unwelcomed and undocumented. And as a result, they are considered as illegal migrants, classifying them as criminals. Next. We can go a bit quick. I did speak about the scarce of resources, and then also just this one, if you could do the next one. Just want to highlight that other Southern African also have some of these challenges. I wanted to highlight the issue of Botswana, but I will come back to that. But also here, there's an issue of Zimbabwe and the Kingdom of Eswatini, where the human rights issues are always there, especially after election in Zimbabwe, and people have to leave their home countries. So next one. I also mentioned the issue of the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, where many refugees come from because of the war, which has been there more than 30 years. And there have been MONUC, which is a UN forces. There have been East African soldiers who went to help. Now it is SADC countries which are now going to deploy there, but the solution is not forthcoming. So those are some of the challenges we face in Southern Africa. Next. Let's go quick because the issues they have been well mentioned by previous colleagues. Maybe I could come now to speak a little about the issue of COVID, where migrants also face a serious challenges, because when the COVID came, it was everyone was being challenged. So, but when the solution, government solution were coming, it was only for citizens. We did a research here, which I will maybe speak to if there is more time. And the findings were really that even those in camp, there was no support which was forthcoming. And you can imagine for also someone who, even if you're not in the camp, you are a migrant, was doing their own work. But when everyone was stopped to leave their house, and when there is a packages of food parcels, but which is only being given to locals, you can imagine what will happen to those, because everyone was meant to be in their own house. Now let me also share, if we can go to the next one, what is SAMIN? So what is SAMIN, and maybe that's where we can share some of the work, and maybe colleagues could also see what we are doing. We started in 2019. That's where we met just a little before the COVID-19. And it's a network which brings civil society working on migration issues, but also we have a faith leaders like churches whom we work together. We have also academics who are part of these initiatives. The next one slide. We also have, as part of the SAMIN, we have the secretariat, which, as I mentioned, is hosted by the Africa Unite. And then we have a steering committee, which has members of different organizations, but also from different countries. And this committee, we meet every month to speak about the work of the organization, of the network. And then also we've planned for the next month ahead. The next one. So these are the countries which are members of the SAMIN. As I just covered that. The next one. So what do? We do research and documentation, and I can see really where we could also partner with some colleagues who are here. We do the lobbying and advocacy, and we really try to use evidence-based advocacy. That's why we try to do a research work with academia to come up with well-researched and the policy brief so that we can be able to approach government, but also some of the regional institutions such as SADC. We also do the dissemination of information. We have a newsletter, a monthly newsletter, where colleagues share what is happening, what are the challenges, but also we share good practices and we do networking. The next one, and I will be heading to the conclusion. These are some of the achievements. We can go to the next for the sake of time. Maybe the final ones so that we can. These are some of the things we have done in the past. We have been taking part in the SADC meetings on the sideline of the head of state meeting. We always meet with other colleagues and issue statement. You know, advocacy is not an easy work, but we keep on pushing. So far, we have attended the one in Malawi in 2021. 2022 went to DRC Congo, and lately we also sent a delegation to Angola, and we always make sure that there is a migration is on the agenda of the People's Summit. The next one. Prof, how many minutes I'm left with?
2.
Okay, I will conclude in 2 minutes.
We can add you another minute, so maybe 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So these were examples of our new conference. We meet every year for this annual conference to come to have countries report what is happening in the countries on the side of migration, but also come up with sharing the research which are being done by colleagues or by the SAMIN, but also we always issue a communique, but also set the next year kind of a work plan. So this way, 2021, we also have 2022 which took place at the University of Wits, which was organized by a mining center at Wits. Last month in November, we had our 2023 conference, which took place in Johannesburg, and we came up with some of the suggestions. If you could maybe point to that one. I think it's the following one, and I will be closing from the 2023. One of the things we agreed maybe on the 2023 is that we're going really to make sure that the voice of women migrant is heard, because as much as all migrants go through a lot, but the migrant women, we discovered that their voice is not really clear, and they go through a lot. So I want really to invite colleagues who are in this meeting. We will have the conference around May or June. You can get in touch with Samin, my contacts are here, so that we can partner to raise the issue facing migrant women. I can conclude on some of the challenges we face in trying to organize members of migrant communities, especially that they are from different countries, and sometimes the reality is not the same. But some of the challenges we have been facing is that of resources. Migration issues, migration work is not really funded. Whenever you knock at the door, people say that it's not their priority. We really need to advocate on this issue so that people put funds so that the work can be done. The other challenges we face is that some government, they really were trying to kind of stop these issues being spoken about. We have been having an issue, for example, where we want to do a research in a certain countries, and we will go for 6 months trying to get a permit to do the research. You can imagine the reason is because they don't want the voices of migrants or the issues happening come out. Lastly, last one, we also face issues of where migrants don't want to speak out because of fear of being threatened, but also sometimes they don't have proper papers in the homes where they near new homes. But also some others, they are fearing their government, which they have run away from, because you are aware some government, they even follow people who have run away, even in the countries of host. So those are some of the issues, but I wish we have more time, but this is a good start. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. A lot of interesting work going on. I was just looking at whether you had such an organization within the West African context. But anyway, I'm sure we'll talk about it during the discussion time. So I'll now call on, is Alex back? I'm seeing a message, let us see.
Yes, I'm here.
You want to talk briefly about AtomNet? I know you've already said.
I think I've already talked about that, but maybe I can just introduce briefly for a minute what the network is.
Okay, so just you'll save us time then, just briefly what AtomNet. I think it's good we all get to know. And then, so go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, the African Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, quite mouthful, I2C Africa, is a Pan-African trade union organization. We have affiliates in 52 African countries. And in those countries, there are 101 national centers, because in some of the countries, you have maybe 2 or 3 national centers. And in terms of membership, we have 17 million members across the continent. Now, regarding our work on migration, we felt that we need to create a network comprising of our affiliates in all these countries so that we can focus on the protection of migrant rights, especially labor migrant rights. So the network basically coordinates the efforts of different affiliates at different level. One, in building the capacity for our affiliates to understand matters concerning migration and the issues that obtain in that field. Two, is also an organ for advocacy and lobbying at various levels, national governments at national level, but also the sub-regional organizations and indeed the AU. But we also engage globally as well in various forums at a global level. In terms of membership, we have now actually extended to even civil society organizations that also participate in our meetings, that we collaborate with, including the media that is very active in the network, and they help us also to profile the issues that affect migrant workers. By way of information, we'll be having our annual meeting next week in Dar es Salaam from the 18th to the 20th of December. Generally, we meet once or twice a year to set the agenda for the year and also to report back on what we've achieved within the year. It has become quite a recognized network in various spheres, and we have collaborated with a lot of international organizations, including the UN agencies, for instance, the ILO, IOM, the AU, and so many other organizations that work on matters migration. I think I can stop there for now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Alex, for providing us with those details. So your organization is at a different level, so it's useful we all know and then see how we can work with you on this. So we'll go on to the last organization here, last but not the least, migrant organizing in the Gulf. So this is on issues around the Gulf. So are you around? I'm trying to get the name again. Yes, Fräulein, I hope I pronounced it right. Please go ahead. I think you are mute. We can't hear. No, we can't hear. Can't hear. Oh, no. I think it's coming.
Is this better, Professor?
Yes, it's better now. We can hear you.
Thank you all so much, Dr. Faisal and Professor Mariam. Thank you for this opportunity to share my insights. So I think I'll focus on two things. One is sort of framing some of the issues and building on what Mr. Alex has noted about the Africa Gulf migration corridor problems. And the second is sort of existing modalities that are currently being implemented to enhance migrant mobilization in the GCC. So first is sort of the context of it. So in 2017-18, ITUC published that report saying that 12%, 28 million migrant workers and 12% are actually African migrant workers. So that's still a substantial number and it's increasing. But this was published before COVID-19 pandemic. And I think the numbers are increasing over the past few years here. There's restrictive unionism here. So migrant organizing is a much needed solution to address some of these issues. And the challenge in the GCC is that trade unions are exclusively for the local populations. Migrants can join as, in the case of Qatar, as part of the committee structure. of the institutions. In Bahrain as members, but not leaders. And in some cases restricted in Saudi and in the UAE. So the space for migrants to join trade unionism is quite limited. Yet it offers a lot of potential sort of pathways in the future, given the great work of trade unions here in the region. And some of these trade unions are co-opted by the state. Yes, there are also national human rights committees here, but they focus not so much on migration. They focus on certain issues related to rights. And again, others are also part of the governmental state structure. So the issues dealing with migration, it's not necessarily a high or top priority for some of these institutions. Now let me sort of emphasize sort of the problem in terms of like migration diplomacy, right? And why is there a need for migrant mobilization? So let me just start very quickly. So at the interregional level, you still don't have a space that allows African states to collectively voice migrant issues in the GCC. So you have the Abu Dhabi dialogue, where I actually worked for 4 years, right? Nearly 4 years, where Asian and African states annually meet to discuss these issues. So there's a platform between Asian and African states, but still African states have yet to be included in that platform. And they were invited in 2019, I remember, but they were further excluded over time. And that's problematic because African migration to the GCC has continued to increase, yet their diplomatic and institutional representation at the interregional level, it's still limited. So that is sort of like a great concern. So that's at the interregional level. Now, when you go at the regional level, here you have more of a robust diplomatic network. So I can mention sort of ASEAN ambassadors. They work tirelessly in terms of addressing and creating alternative diplomatic platforms to address these issues, and even training and sharing a lot of their practices towards newly appointed Asian ambassadors to the GCC. But I haven't seen that much actually in the case of the African ambassadors being deployed to the GCC. I haven't seen some of the concerted efforts so far. And recently they've had the Doha Forum. Again, African sending states were excluded from that dialogue. And that also raises an important concern because at the interregional, they're excluded. At the regional, they're also excluded. And again, that is a particular problem because in origin states, like in Asia, you have the Colombo process. It's a collection of Asian sending states to the GCC. Also, Arab states also have a similar structure. And you haven't seen much of that. I think at the African Union they do. I'm not sure, but it's something that I want to raise within sort of this limited time that I have. So at the bilateral level, lastly, states pursue different strategies given the restrictions. So you have states that are more robust when it comes to working very closely with their civil society groups like the Philippines, where it has more of a centralized control and engagement. So they work with different migrant associations. I'm Filipino, so we've been here for more than half a century. So the organizational structure of diaspora organizations in the state, it's quite robust and strong. So there's a direct link. So that's why migrant associations often act as informal social protection providers, because migrant associations know that the state cannot do it by itself to address these issues. So again, there's a sort of research sharing and learning from both sides. On the other hand, African sending states, migrant communities here, based on the interviews that I've done in the case of Cameroonian, Nigerian, and sort of Kenyan migrant workers, there's a lot of trust issues in terms of state and diaspora issues, especially when migrant workers face a lot of problems. Some of the migrant workers that I've interviewed, Kenyans in particular, they sometimes don't even want to go to the consulate because they feel like their labor officials partly blame them for creating these problems. And if you would come to the GCC, then you could also fix your own problem. And a lot of issues related to corruptions as well. These are sort of claims raised by migrant workers, and hotline numbers not working when workers seek claims, via their diplomatic missions. So again, the lack of diplomatic presence at the interregional, regional level, plus sort of these constraints posed at the national level, create a lot of problems. I mean, in some cases too, there are African sending states that don't have diplomatic missions here. So for example, I can take a case of the Cameroonian embassy. I mean, that was actually in Saudi Arabia. The consulate was only created a few years ago. And imagine for African sending state with only one diplomatic mission. I mean, that is quite problematic. And workers don't have a place to actually raise concerns. And that is sort of a central problem. So with the interregional, regional, and sort of bilateral constraints faced by migrant workers and sort of the state limits in terms of providing social protection to migrant workers, then what actually works? What existing practices that actually are currently deployed by migrant workers apart from sort of the African migrant communities? So the ones that I've observed here are 3 examples, right? So the first one is basically the recent, the work of Migrante International. So Migrante International, it's a left-wing Filipino migrant group. So they have, so it's a transnational labor rights advocacy group that has headquarters in Manila and also different chapters in the GCC. And they put a lot of pressure on the origin country government, especially during elections. They have local political parties and they use that to coerce the Philippine state to refocus on the need to address labor rights issues. This group knows that they cannot really do much when it comes to asserting the rights of migrant workers towards GCC countries, but a lot of their leverage and sort of tactics are centered around the origin country. And it works quite nicely, but recently Gulf states like the UAE and Saudi Arabia have continued to increase their restrictive kind of policies towards these associations. So as a result, the sustainability of their initiatives are quite problematic. And it raises a lot of issues in terms of to what extent can you really build a GCC-based migrant association. So that it worked for a long time, but with the restrictive nature that's being imposed right now, it poses a lot of challenges. So Migrante is one. The second one is the work of BWI, Brotherhood Woodwork International in Qatar. They succeeded in terms of bringing in the ethnic communities in Qatar, and also even creating a platform between migrant community associations and the Ministry of Labor in Qatar. So they were able to raise a lot of these issues, ranging from living wage, domestic work abuses, etc. So it worked quite well. And at the end, the Qatari government even provided a special pass for each community leaders, meaning these at least 2 community leaders per ethnic group will have special pass to access the Interior and Labor Ministries to follow up on labor cases. Now, that worked quite effectively, but after the World Cup, migrants association leaders claimed that the Qatari government ended those privileges. So it worked for a certain time out of international pressure, but after the World Cup, these migrant community leaders said, that stopped. So again, these are temporal bound successes, but they tell you something about sort of the deep restrictive challenges, nature and challenges that migrant workers face here. I think I'll just restrict those 2 for the time being. So I think what I'm trying to really say here is institutional representation, right, of migrant rights is really weak here at different levels, interregional, regional, bilateral. And migrants know that their governments have limited capacity to do this. So that's why they still try. But at the same time, they also know that pushing for certain rights or engaging in certain activism could land them in either deportation, it could land them termination of employment. So really their legal status, livelihood are really threatened. So the question is, do you want to associate yourself with certain institutions that advocate for stronger rights, and yet you have all these costs that you have to deal with? Or do you just want to keep your job as is, you know, and then sort of save your money and then move forward? So I guess like the last part that I want to highlight is, what are the potential spaces for intervention?
You have to wind up 1 minute.
1 minute, yes. So just 3 questions that I want to raise. One is, what can African civil society and trade unions do to link their current social justice agenda vis-a-vis sort of the international mega events in the GCC, like the World Cup in Saudi Arabia that's coming up very soon? And to what extent can they really achieve it? And how will they organize it differently in comparison to the one in Qatar, for example, right? Number 2 is, to what extent can African trade unions and civil society use the existing knowledge base in Asia? African migrant workers were brought in more aggressively because GCC states wanted to undermine the bargaining power of Asian states over the past decade. So what can the African sort of civil society learn from the Asian Colombo process, for example, and sort of this knowledge sharing process? Third, to what extent can the African civil society capitalize on Qatar's ILC presidency at the ILO? Can they do something about sort of use collaboration, et cetera, et cetera? And lastly, I think that's it for the time being. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. So a totally different experience. I'm sure we'll pick it up during question time. And please, if you have any questions,
I don't know if you're muted.
There are already some questions over there. So it looks like I jumped over for one presenter, Human Rights Watch. Sorry about that. Human Rights Watch, are you available? Human Rights Reporters, sorry, not watch. Human Rights Reporters. Looks like they are not here. Looks, Faisal, are you aware whether they are here or not? Looks like they're not here.
Joseph is on. Yeah, he's here. He's on the. He's
trying to get. Okay.
Yeah, let me try and get him.
Can see him. Yeah.
Is he coming on?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Joseph.
Hello.
Hello, Joseph.
Yes. So yeah. Thanks for connecting me. Yeah. So sorry, I happen to be at on the road. That's a very noisy place, but then I can just manage and speak for a while. Yeah. Thanks once again for the opportunity to
Can you limit yourself to maximum 10 minutes?
All right. I wouldn't be able to talk much, so okay. I can manage that time anyway. Yeah. So as you rightly introduced me, my name is Joseph Kobla Wemako. So I am the founder and executive director of Human Rights Reporters Ghana, HRRG for short. So the Human Rights Reporters Ghana is an initiative of young Ghanaian journalists, lawyers, and human rights activists who have come together to help address issues of human rights violations to bring the country closer to achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063. In other words, we are a dynamic media and media advocacy and human rights non-governmental organization that fight for the right of all manner of people. And as such, we, address issues of human rights violations, critical one. And that also brings us to issues of migrants, which is also high on our agenda. Now, we were formed officially. We've been taking these actions personally in our own capacity, but we saw the need to come together to form the Human Rights Reporters Ghana, which I led the initiative and the formation officially in 2019. So basically, we don't just operate in Ghana, we operate, we don't have a barrier, or our barrier goes beyond Ghana, and at any point, at any level, we take actions to resolve issues of human rights violations. And over the years, we have worked on issues of migrant workers and people who travel to Ghana and other parts of the world, like, for instance, undocumented, illegal migrants, I may put it, or irregular, something that's pertaining to irregular migration. So basically, how do we ensure that the rights of these persons are protected, respected, protected, and fulfilled? We all know that migrants all over the world faces issues of exploitation, discrimination, lack of access to legal phobia, name it, whatever. So these are issues as a human rights organization, because we believe people must enjoy their rights. Their rights must be respected, protected, and fulfilled. Their rights must be enjoyed at all costs, as every human deserves that dignity, you know. So we know that the fundamental or the principle, the basic principle of human rights is respect for the individual, and we stand on that to ensure that fulfilled. So our motto is to create a society for all without discrimination. So that's what we stand for. So particularly as a leader, as an activist, as a journalist, we focus on shedding light on issues of human rights violations. And over the years, we have had calls from migrants who are working in various countries, calling on us to help address the issues. Some are trafficked children, women, girls, that we have taken those actions and brought those issues to light. We also help them get access to justice. And I must say that I'm so grateful to have linked up with somebody like Mr. Festus Owusen, who is the director at MAC, Migration Advocacy Center. And now, gradually, we are connected to the MIDEC project or program. We believe that if we are part of this network, this alliance, we can operate, we can have strong voice, we can have more mileage. The connections that we have can help us to be able to carry out our objectives effectively. And having connected since morning, listening to the various speakers, the discussions that are ongoing, I'm getting so much enlightened and charged to be able to help address these issues. Recently, Mark organized a forum which we were part, and the issues of workers, violation of pertaining to violation of migrant workers arose. Shops are being closed in Ghana. The government is not enforcing laws that are needed to help these migrants enjoy their rights. And some are taking bribes. There were bribery allegations. There were improprieties and all that, which we thought that we should bring to light. And therefore, we gave chances to people who may have experienced such circumstances, scenarios, to come forward and also prompt us so that, as usual, we can bring them to light and ensure that the authorities wake up, take action, and ensure that rights are protected, respected, and fulfilled. So Like I said earlier, it is an honor and privilege to be connected to a larger network like this in order to be able to champion these issues and bring about peace, security, and justice. I must once again say a very big thank you for this opportunity, and I will leave it here for now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Joseph. We didn't clap for any of them, so now is the time they finished. Also, let's just clap. Show the clapping hand and clap for.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. So how do I go about this?
And clap. I myself don't know how to go about it.
Seriously. Okay, so that's why I use the verbally words to congratulate them. I might say a very big thank you to all of you, members, activists, international organization champions, for, this enlightenment and also being on board to ensure that these issues are addressed holistically so that we continue to enjoy the peace, security, and the dignity that we deserve as humans. Once again, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much also. I think we've had a broad range of presentations highlighting different kinds of best practices. I think Joseph's presentation, in fact, leads us nicely into the next one, because the next one we now have to talk about the way forward. So some of the suggestions that Joseph just brought, as well as some that came out earlier on, if we could highlight them and see how we're going to look at the way forward. But before then, I see in the chat box, there are not many questions. There was something for Joseph from Southern Africa Migration Network, and I think he has responded. Joseph, if you are okay with that, I think it was in response to a comment from Henrietta, Professor Namjo. If you still want to add on to that. Otherwise, the other question there is from Mina to, I think, Fräulein, who made the one who just talked about the Gulf presentation. So just those two, and then that will lead us nicely into the next session.
Yes, Prof, maybe just 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute, yeah.
For those who might have not seen my comment in the chat box, I said that some of the work we do, first we do capacity building for our members. During the last conference, we organized also some capacity building in the advocacy, in the media, especially how to use social media to drive some of the issues and challenges happening in the migrant communities. But also, the advocacy takes time, so we do research, we share extensively the findings, and then we also write to leaders depending on what are the issue and propose or suggest what could be the way forward. We also going to be involving ourselves into a policy brief from our research. How do we write a policy brief and then make sure that it gets to the right people? Thank you so much.
Okay, that's Fräulein want to respond.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor. So I agree with you, with Mina, that these interregional processes are very important, and sometimes they're used as a way to demonstrate existing practices of Gulf states, sending states and Gulf states. But if you look at the actual work of it on the ground, I mean, it's quite limited. And I think that's where a lot of the work of trade unions and civil society organizations matter, because migrants work a lot and they give power to the state to negotiate. But the problem is that you don't have sort of this diplomatic and institutional protection that's necessary to support them in their ongoing advocacy. And there's a trade-off. If you organize, if you create, or even assert, I mean, especially during COVID, for example, that could create a lot of costs. Deportation, as I said, etc., termination, and a lot of migrants, don't want to sort of face these ramifications. That's why the cost of organizing is quite
Uh-oh, we have lost you. We've lost you. Well, and we've lost you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, and I think the work of I think organizing migrants. I know the typical way of organizing migrants is like physical organizing, but I think given the restrictions that we see in the Gulf, I think virtual organizing is a much more viable and much more achievable one, because migrants' access to smartphones has also increased over time, and equipping them with information pre-departure, post-arrival, and providing counseling, I think it's a much needed one. Physical organizing is very essential, but I think given the nature of the restrictions here, I think virtual is a much needed support. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, somebody had a hand up. Unfortunately, I didn't see it until now. I think the hand is down. My apologies. Oh, it's up. That's Adrian. Adrian, sorry. Apologies. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah. Good evening, everyone. So one of the points that struck me was the prevalence of different international development agencies. So I've been following some of them for more than 12 years. And I'm really sorry to say some of these institutions, I mean, I think, Frolian, you mentioned Abu Dhabi Dialogue, what this Colombo process. There's so many, there's thousands. On the ground, I can see very minimal to zero impact of these institutions. A lot of it remains on theory, remains on papers. And what the governments do, and I'm very critical of the development agencies, the donors, right? So they use all the justification from these big meetings. They pump in 20, 30, hundreds of millions into different projects. I know a lot of them go to Nepal, a lot of this money goes to Bangladesh, Indonesia. The migrants are in Malaysia, for example. We don't have the resource. We don't have the resource. So if you're a migrant and you're only serving the repatriated migrants, I'm saying by all means do. The Gulfs are pushing for the agenda, the global unions, not necessarily the local unions. Like one of the input was that, they don't welcome the migrants. They're catering for the local members. So it's the Gulfs that we will have to depend on. But there is a problem with our development agenda. It is catered with a very specific agenda, GFMD, right? GFMD, all these processes. I don't think that the dignity of the migrant collectively or the individually is their priority. Their priority is business, to ensure that the labor markets are open, that there are standards to follow the labor markets. People can cross borders. So I think we need to be critical of these institutions. I've been to some of them. Some of them you can see, yeah, but it does provide a platform for the solidarity building. But beyond that, I'm very skeptical. And I know that just when you thought labor is already complicated enough, the development agencies are now saying that, we need terrorism comes with migration. And I'm like, oh my God, I have my hands full, and now you're telling me with the mobility of migrants comes terrorist ideologies and terrorists themselves. So as the issues become more complicated, I think we shouldn't lose track. Workers' power is important. There are barriers, and it's our job to overcome them. I don't think we should get caught on to, or too caught up with this the development agendas, because they will come with you. They will show you, here's a $10 million and 10 euros and millions of pounds. And you can see the civil society jumping and dancing with them, It may not necessarily be in the best interest of workers. So thanks, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you very much for those comments. I think that is a useful point to take up in our next session, especially. The one who had his hand up, I think it's Didi or something, Didi. Are you still with us? I think that was even before Adrian. But if he's no longer available. First, you want to say something brief, 1 minute, because we have opportunity to talk about it in the next session. And that session is
okay. Then, Prof, let's move on. Then, please let me. Yeah.
It's the most important session. We need to get some time to because we are looking at the way forward.
Okay.
So you can still raise it up there. Okay. So thank you very much, all the presenters. I think you all raised very useful comments. Give us, showcase best practices from different levels, from different geographical regions. I think that would be useful for everybody here. So I think we should move on to the next session where we are going to look at, given all that we have discussed this morning, given all that has gone on, how are we going to plan for the next steps? Because one of the main reasons why we had this meeting was actually looking at sort of developing a sort of a next, in fact, we call it a global exchange on migrant rights. We don't want to push our own ideas onto you, so we just wanted to come up for discussion and we see how we want to proceed going forward from here. I think I'll hand over to Faisal. Are you around?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me hand over to you to also say something, and then we'll open up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you to the panelists for sharing important lessons from their different sites. Because as Prof said, the idea really is to share and learn from these lessons, but more importantly, to create a connection going forward. When Adrian was speaking, he spoke about African workers in Malaysia, right? So how do we draw on organizing that we are doing in different contexts, to find ways of extending our works, beyond the usual places that we work, but also to realize that these questions of migration are not really just questions of migration, right? It's really about the structure of the world, the political economy of the world, the distribution of resources, the fact that some people can move and some people cannot move. These things have historical roots, which are shaping the present day and also kind of likely to structure the way in which we move into the future. So really, I want to come back to what Adrian said when he spoke about Bandung and South-South collaboration. The idea that an alternative world is possible, if people build bridges. And I think the thing about migration is that it shows the limits of present-day state structures. The idea that somehow social reality can be bounded in something called a country, okay? That people just go in search of resources, but also creating connections irrespective of these boundaries and their limits. So to say, if we follow what people are doing as kind of an outline of what the future could look like, how can we support the struggles of migrants? So here we move straight away into the kind of the key questions. But I think before then, a number of issues have come up, okay? One is the set of challenges that migrants face are really identical, although with very local specificities, okay? So either you have overt kinds of anti-immigrant mobilizations, or you have legislations by states that impede the settlement, establishment of migrants, or you also have gray areas, right, where the state is not criminalizing, but it's also not allowing. So that gray area allows populist right-wing kinds of movements, as we are seeing today in the world across Europe, across North America, to weaponize migration, as a way of pushing very regressive agendas. But something that is also coming across all the presentations and the interventions are a range of activities that people are putting in place to push against this anti-immigrant mobilizations. And the point is, how do we harness these? Not mechanically by imposing what Adrian and comrades are doing in Malaysia, in South Africa, but how do we harness the lessons? Okay, but more importantly, build connections. When Fräulein was speaking, he spoke about how activists in Philippines, I think, decide that one way to make sure that the lives of immigrants in the Gulf gets better is by putting pressure on the state in the Philippines, right? So how do we, for example, in certain moments, say, put pressure on the Ghanaian state in order to make life better for Ghanaians in South Africa, or put pressure on the Malaysian state to make sure that the lives of Nepali immigrants in Malaysia gets better. So in that respect, I think we will open up. Prof has said to a number of the participants who had comments and questions to please hold their fire until we open up for this interactive session. So please use the hand raise icon to make suggestions about the ways forward, having the following as kind of guides to say, okay, what are some lessons that we have learned? What are some issues that we can work towards? But also, how do we maintain this kind of set of conversations in a more formalized, if you like, loosely structured way going forward, some kind of a network, if you like, but also who else is not here that we can invite? So I can imagine many kind of sides that are not represented. So going forward, how do we create connections? How do we expand the gathering? But also, how do we have a loosely structured thing in the form of a network? So in a sense, I think Prof and I will open up for conversations and discussions around questions of building mobilizations, but also strengthening mobilizations and building solidarity across our different sites. And you can of course use the chat box to make your comments. There are a few points that I can already see in the chat box. Julega said, as much to do with media, as much to go to media, only critical time. So representing is most priority. Okay, sorry, I'm not sure. But I think the thing is really around media narratives and portrayal, of migration and immigrants. And then Adrian speaks about terminologies used by media that can make a difference. Giordano says, it seems to me we tend to focus more on transnational solidarity horizontal, but we also need to pay attention to trans-class solidarity vertical, very important, and focus on the barriers that are precluding solidarity between formal and informal structures. This is important because majority of the migrants are operating in the informal structures, while most of the solidarity movements, such as unions, are more close to formal structures. It also seems there are a number of parallel institutions, NGOs, CSOs, ETCs, that work on bringing solidarity movement together, but there's need for solidarity among themselves. So essentially, that is what we're trying to do here, Jordanos. Okay, so a related issue that I captured during the discussion today is the issue of intersection among various solidarity movements across the globe. These include gender, race, class, ethnic. The point, I think, is finding a common cause among these movements, identifying the core barriers, and striving to find unifying strategies to contest the challenges and barriers they are facing. I think this is a very important point. And one of the reasons why I think having Samin here is crucial is because Samin tries to bring together organizations and activists working across the Southern African sub-region, right? To say the set of issues that one faces in Botswana, in Lesotho, in South Africa are not limited to those countries. They have regional dimensions. But also if we think of the African continent, if we think of Asia, right? But if we think across kind of the South, what are the set of issues that people face when they're trying to build solidarity? And how do certain factors militate against solidarity, right? So nationalism, for example, an emphasis on kind of identitarian way of thinking, how does that militate against solidarity? So again, floor is open. Please indicate by using the hand raise icon. But I think this point that Jordanos has raised is an important programmatic one, to say, how do we create the condition for solidarity among, those of us who work in this area, but also those who are not present, but work in this area. So by area, I don't mean geographic area, just the thematic area. Yeah. So please, comments, suggestions, that's really the heart of the meeting. Adrian, I see you in the middle of my screen. It seems to me that the screen is saying to me that you have an idea.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. So, you see, the diasporas, I think, have a very big role to play. And in my experience with the Nepali community, there's a whole different type and range of the diaspora groups. So some are those who have already become Malaysian citizens because they are third and second generation. And then you have the business sector who is here. Sadly, some of them have become human traffickers. So we are also careful of them. But they are very quick to organize social events when new migrants come. Sometimes the bad guys or bad people, they're actually more organized than us. I mean, this is sad to say. They are more creative and they move faster than us. Of course, they have the resource to do that. But there's also the cultural groups that are here. So those who are a bit more senior, more intergenerational dialogues, they organize platforms where people can come. And you also have the artists who will come to entertain the community. So maybe some creative formulas where we can combine a bit of the different elements. Once in a while, the trade unions can come to help us with mobilizing. The important thing, and I think Frolian mentioned about that special visas for community organizers to come, to stay a bit long term, to help us, build local migrant worker solidarity. That's important. At a philosophical level, I think we really need to know we need to dismantle this over-securitization of passports and border. I think it has become quite ridiculous because governments welcome the expats, welcome those who have $1 million or 100,000 in the bank. Special visas are developed just for them. And when it comes to the lower wage or the lower skilled migrant worker, there is so many barriers. Don't bring your family, don't access healthcare. Only you come, you work, after 10 years, you go back. So at a philosophical level, we need to find a creative way. How do we debunk, decolonize all these concepts and unnecessary barriers which, put gaps between people just based on their incomes. In the same community, you may even have, I don't know, I think maybe the same DNA also, but just because you are from a slightly different economic class, we put so many barriers. So I think creatively, I hope we can put our minds, hearts together, think of narratives that counter what the right-wing politicians are saying, counter the right-wing media, who makes it so toxic. Just, I'm not sure how many of you are on TikTok. And I am in TikTok, Instagram, to see how communities respond. Sadly, though, the positive response is a very small percentage. The toxic, anti-migrant, anti-refugee content is so vibrant and so well funded. How do we counter this? So these are my three challenges come ideas, which I hope we can collaborate. Even something as simple as a directory. Let's say a migrant worker comes to Malaysia. Okay, who are the small networks? Who are the embassies? Where the embassy is located also, we can't take for granted that people are aware. So simple directories could be also a good start. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adrian, for raising this kind of structural, but also very concrete, immediate, actionable points. And I like the idea of the directory thing. And I want to suggest that if people here have no objections, what we could do, especially with some of the organizations, the CSOs, the institutions, the research institutions, I can see my colleague Leah Koskimaki from the University of the Western Cape here, is we can share basically the contact information, you know, of the different organizations and activists that are here as a starting point, really, to get to know what people in different contexts are doing, and then you kind of build on that with time. But thanks so much, Adrian, for that. Any other points? Let me check if there's any suggestion in the chat box. There is none. I mean, so if we think of the context where we are working, right? So let's say working out of South Africa or working in, say, Senegal or Togo, with migrant workers, with locals. Now, the set of issues that we confront, you know, is also similar, you know, in, say, Ghana, which is neighboring Togo, or Botswana, which is neighboring South Africa. So the question is, how do we expand the connections that we have to enable us to properly address the questions that we are confronting, you know, in alliance with people in neighboring countries? So in this case, I want to pointedly either invite Mr. Zoe or anybody from Southern African Migration Network to just tell us something about, one, what are some of the advantages of having a transnational network like SAMIN, and what would even be more advantageous of having a broader network that goes beyond Southern Africa, encompasses Africa, but maybe the South, and how the experience has been. So Mr. Zoe or any other person from SAMIN, please. Mr. Zoe, are you there?
I cannot talk now. I'm not in good position, so but I'm listening.
Is Edward there? Oh, sorry, I mean Joseph, rather, not Edward. Joseph. Joseph?
Yes,
Yes.
Doctor.
Yes. So can you please just tell us something about, you know, what's the advantages of having a transnational body like SAMIN? You know, what are some of the advantages and the processes that you've gone through?
Yes, I think the main advantage is that the main one is that faced with challenges, and we need really to come together. And there's nothing better than working together. I remember in our last conference, people were saying, if we want to really to make sure that people take us seriously, uniting is the best thing to do. So that is the first one. And the process for us, since it was bringing more countries, different, some are working on migration, others on refugee issues alone. I think that needs to be clarified, because most of they are all migrant, but laws regulating them are different. I think also that could be clarified in what migration people are working on, but also the process. Sometimes we focus on issues of like resources, but also there are other ways people could contribute. For example, in our case, as much as yes, resources is very important, but we started with nothing. Started with nothing. Then if we have, some could even contribute their time, others will contribute their skills. And the way we stand now, we are really in a very good position. I think those are a few things I can share now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph. So I'm wondering if we tease out one point that Joseph, I'll come to you first, as that Joseph raised about if you extend the network, if you extend the reach of where you work, you have more people. So just by having more people, there's a sense in which your ability to organize is automatically increased, right? Your knowledge of different contexts is automatically increased. And in today's age where you are able to do work in a number of places, sitting where you are, having networks really becomes, if you like, an easier way to have concrete impact, beyond what you can do physically as an organization or an institution. Festus, please go ahead.
Yeah, so my thinking with regards to being able to kind of build that solidarity that you can make that bigger or address that common issue as such, as you alluded that the challenges appear to be identical, across the various countries. My observation when I had the opportunity to participate in the Summit Network is that yes, the coming of that network appear to have emboldened the various actors or representatives that they have in those different countries. And therefore, they have much stronger voice. But then I won't say that when you look at the individual countries, we have let's say regional bodies, right, like ECOWAS or SADC, where there are very fantastic and like visionary treaties and policies that the very individual countries have signed on. Yet such policies and treaties or frameworks contradicts, or the local the individual countries' laws do not sync with such policies, and therefore to even form an more like push an overarching interest from that level, still it will still be difficult, or there'll still be obstacles if the individual countries political leadership are not willing to embrace. So I would want to see a more vibrant at the country levels, stronger CSOs or movements that, of course, cuts across, so that it's not only CSOs, but you have youth movements that are of national character, right? We have various professionals, if it's nurses, if it is various identifiable groups that can form that a solid what is to now push the in-country agenda, so that when there's that pressure, the countries have no option than to embrace what they have gone to the whatever agreement or whatever treaties that they have signed at the regional level for it to be implemented. Like I'm saying, so here we are, we like take ECOWAS, there's supposed to be the Africa, the regional body has set us some convergence criteria for use of a single currency of some sort. There are enormous benefits that comes with it. We have free movement. There are enormous benefits that comes with it. But then at the country level, we're still struggling. By the time this one country is able to make gains, the other one is struggling. And then by the time, and this keep on shifting. So I think if we strongly need to build that country level capabilities, which will translate into that broader, regional networks, or even across regional networks, so that we can make the impact that we seek to see. Number two, on the issue of who else could we have invited or have brought on board, I realized that most of our engagement do not look at the issue of the private sector or the business community, and especially professionals. Yesterday, at engagement with one Nigerian professional, he's I invited him to this very program, and he said, "Oh no, I don't want to be there." I said, "Oh, why?" And but in fact, I needed to interview him and 5 other colleagues, and he said, "Oh, all my guys, about 6 of them, they've all gone back to Nigeria. It's left with me, and I just resigned from my work." And I said, "Oh, why?" He said, "Yeah, because of cost of living and all that." I was like, but this, if you professional with the salary that you have and you're struggling, what about those who women and children and those who middle class to other categories of immigrants that we have? Don't you think they need a voice or need to speak for them? He said, no, when we get close, they are full of problems, and then it just something struck me that okay, so those who have the voice, and if professionals in Ghana, who immigrant groups, who let's say have voice because they have the qualifications, they have the pedigree, they have everything to push for certain changes to happen, they are quiet and they are silent, then the discrimination would would continue. Okay, so the business community, both business enterprises owned by immigrants and operating at a certain level, as well as local business, because you need markets. So if you have you produce a product and you have 20 million market to reach, and it is all in Ghana, your product do not discriminate between Nigerian and Ghanaian or Ivorian. You sell to the market as you have it, so that when we bring the business community on board as well towards such programs and strategizing, I think at the end we would achieve much than it's being academia, civil society, and sometimes only the affected minority groups. I think we can grow broader than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Festus. Very important observation there. So I think the point that you are raising has been complemented by Joseph in the chat box. He spoke about how at SAMIN, they make sure that in-country organizing is prioritized, actually becomes a first step, towards kind of the tackling challenges. So in a sense, I see these as not mutually exclusive, right? One can try to strengthen in-country organizing while also building alliances across countries. So at this point, I will ask, those that are interested in being part of, an initial group of, that shares ideas, lessons as a prelude to building this network, to please drop your name if you are here as an individual, or the name of the organization that you represent. So your name, the name of the organization, and contact details, preferably email address, so we can initially create some form of a SharePoint or at least serve, that could inform subsequent activities. So at this point, I will invite Prof to kind of intervene as we try to conclude this part of the session.
Thank you very much. Faisal, why do you want them to drop their
In
name?
the chat box.
Right now. Okay. So please, those interested should drop their names and their organizing. I hope as many of you as possible will be interested. I think that the questions that you posed at the beginning were very useful. You said, what are the lessons we have learned? I think that one, we have learned several, at least from today, and the comments that have come about, what we can build on I think it's what we need to discuss a bit more. So some have already come up, some of the issues you just talked about. First, we just talked about the private sector. I saw a comment there on the need for us to focus a lot more on intersectionality, and I couldn't agree with that more. Especially looking at migration, especially transnational issues and intersectionality, I think is really very key. I think it offers us the framework to be able to look at migration and solidarity building in a more nuanced sort of way. So I'm looking forward to us picking up on that, or at least when we develop themes and sub-themes. I think this is a very important theme that we should pick up on, the intersectionality. And then there was a comment on, I think it was from you, Faisal, not seeing migration as a plainly just as a phenomena, but more as if we look at migration as more as part of broader social transformation and broader social change. I think if we look at it that way, focusing a lot on how it also intertwines with intersectionality, I think we'll be able to tease out a few issues. But I'm looking for, if we can bring out a few more comments, or are we too tired? It's been a long day. Maybe we should do a brief summary quickly in the next few days. And then number one is set up that sort of listserv you're talking about, and then do a brief summary and get people to add more ideas if possible. And then we will take that going forward. But first of all, I think the key thing is to agree that we want to form the network. And I think from what the little I'm hearing, I think that is not in dispute. I think people want to see something going forward. So that's what I would suggest. If there are no more comments, what we do is to do a short summary of the key thing that we discussed in this session, and then put it out there so that people will add on to it, and then we pick up. First, is this a new hand?
And Prof,
I think my hand hanged. Yeah, sorry.
One small thing that, so you're also welcome to put your details as an individual. So if you're not representing any organization, if you're just here as an individual and you're interested, please put down your details. So we're not just looking for organizations, but also individual activists and researchers. Yeah. And please, as we're doing that, reflections are welcome. So, reflections about the day, the key takeaways for you. So you can do that either by typing or just raising your hands and speaking. It would be nice to hear a bit more voices. And also other lessons that you may want to share from your context. So yeah, I see the chat box is getting a bit active. So I think, we will not attempt to do a summary of the day. But what we can do, though, is to highlight a few issues that have emerged. And it seems to me at the core of the discussion today is the difficulties that migrants and groups working with migrants face as they try to support migrants to build solidarity and mobilize. Okay, and these difficulties range from, access to information, hostility by the states, questions of how do you translate laws, information into forms and formats that are accessible and understandable to migrant groups, but also often contradictory legislations, that on the one hand appear not to prohibit something, but on the other hand, they actually exclude, okay? But also the question of working class organizing within the context of migration. So in many contexts, some of those that are easily mobilized to go out and attack migrants happen to be some of the poorest themselves. So these are people who ordinarily have a lot in common with the immigrants, right? But then, for whatever reason, some of which we know, they become the base that is recruited to go and attack immigrants. And therefore, the importance of connecting struggles, that issues of access to employment, issues of access to housing, issues of access to healthcare are not stand-alone issues, and they do not just impact locals or immigrants. So the way in which we fuse struggles together become important, but also certain specificities become really important. And here, this question of intersectionality, I think, is crucial. That yes, men and women move, but the conditions under which men and women move are different. And often our migration regimes and structures do not take account of that. So if you go to any of our border posts, for example, I always ask myself the question, where are the ablution facilities that cater to women, mobile women populations, right? And if you think of the questions of harassment versus livelihood across the South, we know that women happen to face a lot of challenges, both in terms of production, actual production, and social reproduction, okay? Especially in times of crisis. And COVID showed us that women really were carrying the bulk of the functions of social responsibility, right? Now, in the context of migration, that even becomes double, right? Because it's not just about exclusion by state and society, it's also patriarchal structures. And so in our organizing, how do we take account of that? In building solidarities, how do we take account of that? How do we make sure that voices of women that can easily be silenced, are surfaced, and issues of women that can easily be in the background are surfaced? And something that I made note of is the ways in which you might have a law which is permitting of migrants accessing certain rights, but actually what happens in practice is different, for a number of reasons. So therefore, what set of facilities can we make available, that enable migrants to understand what their rights are, but more importantly, to mobilize in order to have access to those rights? So part of what we're doing in Ghana as part of WP7 is creating an information toolkit, as part of an observatory which monitors activities, targeted at immigrants, but also a one-stop shop, for want of a better word, that provides basic information that immigrants would ordinarily need. And then the question of solidarity in a very contested kind of terrain. So here I want to come to Charlotte's presentation about Brazil. So you have Haitian immigrants, facing a number of challenges, but also in a Brazil with layers and layers of discrimination, right? So in Brazil, you have this categories of race, you have massive inequality. If you go to the favelas, I mean, it's just something else. How do you build solidarity in those contexts where it is easy, for one thing to become a site of discrimination and division? And the other thing I want to raise, which I think was highlighted across many of the presentations, is the role of the states, okay? and how certain states might be more activist oriented, quote and unquote, and others are simply absent. So I, for example, do some work in the Gulf, in particular in the UAE. And it's really interesting when you speak to immigrants, say from Philippines or certain parts of South Asia, they speak differently about the labor desks of their embassies. And when you speak to African migrants, it's as if, you're just on your own. We have a saying that each person for himself and God for us all, right? Each woman or man for herself and God for us all. So that the absence of the state creates further precarity, for people who are already in precarious working conditions. So how then do we find ways of putting pressure on states, across countries in order to make sure that the lives of ordinary migrants gets better? So these are some of the key questions that I want to highlight. I'll hand over to Prof, who may highlight some other questions, but also kind of just lead us to the end of the session. And thank you for all the contacts that people have put in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, let me see. It looks like there are no questions. It's people mainly putting in their names, interested participants putting in their names to join the network. That's useful. Thank you. Adrian is reminded about the group picture. Edward, are you on the group picture? My camera is on already. So I think if you could
yes, madam.
Can we all put on our cameras?
Okay, madam.
Now, whilst we are concluding the discussion, so that, because some of you may forget and just go off after we say bye. Yeah, so you could all turn on your cameras and then Edward would be. Edward, we don't need to stop, isn't it? We can continue. So anyway, so thank you very much. I think just to recap, I will not go into any details, but just the way forward, what we have decided that we will do. I think we've agreed to set up some form of a network going forward, putting together all these names coming forward, as well as expanding it to other groups that may not be here. So I think in this regard, when we do the notes of the meeting, if we had a summary form that we could put somewhere out there and possibly invite people, interested people who would want to join the exchange. So that was one we discussed. And then I think issues, practical suggestions came up. I liked especially the suggestion about the directory. That's a very simple, practical kind of thing that can be done. A sort of a short-term strategy that can be done. So I think we should take note of that one. The main thing we should be looking at is to look at migration as a form of building bridges, connecting with various, will not look at migration in silos. So I think we should keep that at the back of our mind as we are planning how to develop the network or the global exchange that we want to put across. Yeah, I think those are some of the key things going forward. So we'll put them all together, form a listserv number one, and then put the summary there. And then that will be step one. Put it also out there for those who may want to join, who were not here today. Please, let's also, when we get it, put it on our various websites, I mean, migration-related websites for people who may want to join. I think we have noted that migration is not, we said it's building, so it's not, it's part of the broader processes of social change and social transformation. So I think generally groups that are interested in looking at issues of human rights might want to consider that they join the group, because migration is not, it's part of development processes, part of the broader processes of development and social change. So if there's no more to be said, any last points anybody wants to chip in? Any last points anybody wants to chip in? So if there's none, I think it's been a long day. I want to thank you very much for attending this forum and for being there, the interest and the energy for the type of questions both being typed and being said has been very high. We are looking forward to working with all of you some more. I want to use this point to this stage to also thank the support we got from MyDeck, Bendu. Thank you very much for working around the clock to put everything together. We really appreciate it. Oh, Bendu has put a hand up, and thank you all of you. I think it really shows that there's we all want to see that migration works for our development, our various countries and our various regional development. We all want to see that the migration agenda is also changed to reflect what we are going. A point was made earlier on about when some of the institutions working on migration having their own agenda, really we not having a space in. But hopefully with developing this kind of exchange, we should be able to also put in some of our viewpoints into the migration agenda, make sure that migration works for everybody, migrants, non-migrants, everybody. So thank you very much, all of you, for coming. And we look forward to, we will see where it goes. Pfizer, if we need to do another meeting, we'll see how it goes. Pfizer.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll say we'll see how it goes if we need to do another meeting.
Sure. We will.
I think translation, that's the nice about online. Translation is, interpretation is where most of the cost is, but otherwise.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, we'll get in touch.